Welcome, welcome, welcome
Hi, everybody.
to the Hold My Pen Promptcast. If you haven't figured out yet, we have two people in a box. That would be our other co-host, Izzy Kraus, and the lovely Kesh Butler.
Hey
Say hi.
everybody.
Yeah.
And
um,
intends to
how's
go over
everybody?
on that side, but at this current moment,
I'm trying to get some stuff set up.
yeah, we're all good. All right, welcome, welcome,
How's everybody
welcome.
doing tonight?
You did see our screens. We did the AI Be Gone screen and the trigger warning screen. For those that are not familiar, or if you just listen and do not watch. The stories and voices shared during the following presentation are not to be used to train AI. We have permission from the contributing authors to present the following stories for the purposes of content and exposure. Write your own stories. And the following presentation is for entertainment purposes only. Please be aware that this is a cold reading and the hosts do not necessarily know the content of what is being read out. Here's your trigger warning: get your tissues, stress balls, snacks, hydration, and fans. You may need them. And
Very much
we're,
so.
yes. And we have also been working with some of you for feedback on various different things. And when we go to do our prompt, we're going to better explain everything, especially for rebroadcast purposes. Those of you who aren't able to join us live and need to watch it later. So, as you can also see from what happened in the chat earlier, we are simultaneously streaming on Twitch and YouTube. So, should Twitch start twitching for you, you can always go over to the Hold My Pen Promcast YouTube, and any comments here also show in the YouTube chat, and any comments on YouTube show over here on the Twitch chat. So, y'all can continue to interact without any issue. Also, if your
Oh,
screen is
without
blurry, and you can't see a bunch of what is on the screen. There is, when you hover, if you're on a computer, if you hover over the video, you'll see a gear icon. I don't recall what it looks like on mobile. Uh, I pretty much just listen to music on mobile for YouTube, but there is a gear icon, and you can change your display. Uh, and 1080 is what we definitely recommend, provided your device can handle that. That's what we are streaming in, and I have noticed that on replay, if it goes to a lower resolution, it gets really, really blurry. If you pop it back up to the 1080, it's clear as crystal. And now I gotta shove my face. I'm good. I'm good.
Okay, everybody. Um,
Oh, this is so
what did you find? You found the Hold My Pen Propcast, where we read out submissions every week. Uh the prompt is chosen by our audience, so please stick around and vote for that at the end of the show. And in the process, we take all week, we write, whether you got 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 45 minutes a day, or whether you're like me and my other host and we wait till last fucking minute and we write it out like hours before the show happens. This is what we do. Then you submit it over to us. We put you in the lovely little spinny wheel, and then we read out what you got for the night. Um, our goal is to get to 1 million words right out on stream. As of right now, let me look over here. Monthly stats. We are currently sitting at 318,489 words, and we couldn't have done that without y'all. The other part of the prompt for this month is literally make it matter. Whatever small little fucking thing that might seem insignificant, make it matter. Because in a story, it's the devil's in the details. So that is what we're doing tonight. We hope you stick around and watch everything and enjoy the show. Uh, little bit of little housekeeping for those that are new because we have picked up quite a few followers in the last couple of months, and me and Izzy, it was brought to our attention that we weren't exactly throwing out the stuff that we threw out at the beginning because most of our people, our prompters, have been around with us since January or into the latter end of last year. But the smallest number that you could ever have for a submission is one word, and that word better be fuck. Without context, at least we know that it's fucked up. Okay. The most that you can have on any given submission is 2,500 words, unless Izzy has given you a pass for more. Izzy will very rarely give you a pass for more. I know because I get side eye when it's a couple extra words. But if it's like 15 words over the limit, Izzy doesn't really complain too bad. We kind of let that one slide. The closer you get to the next 100, though, that's when Izzy's starting to side eye. Like that, well, let's just face it. But what you got here is a bunch of, yes, we read stories, stories that were created through the week and now submitted for the show. A lot of we have had several books that have all been created or started on
Sticks, you know better. Do not, do not be scaring.
2,500, not 25K.
Don't be scaring the baby viewers. Okay? No, no, no. 2,500, not 25,000. Ah, ah.
So yeah, we read stories every Saturday night at 7 p.m. Central, 8 p.m. Eastern. Uh, and then we get through our list. We roll for the next week's prompt. Our audience, doesn't matter if you're reading or writing for it or not, our audience votes for the prompt for the following week. And that's the official prompt for the week. Uh, that's what we do. It's our Viking tech support. Documancer. Luna, do not encourage.
AKA the
I think
TSV.
Styx is just, yeah, the TSV is overjoyed the fact that they are now back in the bottom doing the at or the mod work, everything like that.
Back in the chat, not in the bottom. Let's watch what we're saying.
I have to forget that things around here have double meanings. Uh, so that's what
Say,
we
I got you, bro. You may
do
give me a
every week.
rash of shit
Uh,
and you may threaten me, but like, I got you, bro. Like, just chill. Now, so for those who don't
oh,
understand, we used to have submissions
bro.
upwards of 6,000. I have COPD. I cold read these stories. For the most part, it is me. I'm the designated reader, Izzy Krause. But I have let go of the reins a little bit because my COPD has gotten worse with this nasty, cool weather we have here. And so, on various occasions, Cash or one of our other hosts who has been kind of off grid lately in order to focus on their writing, CR McCormick, they will take over, they will read. There's been times where Styx has come up and helped us out and read out loud. So, Styx, I don't need no lip out of you tonight. Nope. Mm-mm. Behave yourself. We don't mm, we don't talk about leaving Izzy breathless. Any hoozle, sorry, my mouth is on fire right now, so I'm a little distracted. My son made me tacos, and I don't know what he put in that taco seasoning, but good God Almighty, my mouth, my lips, it's all on fucking fire.
Imagine how the other end's gonna
No,
feel.
As you can
that is
say,
just that is the second thing that he has made you this week that has literally lit you up.
burn my mouth. Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. I absolutely am blessed. Okay. I am blessed to have found Julie and everybody else around here. And we have been blessed at the Hold My Pen Promptcast for those who have stepped up and helped out and, y- you know, Luna, that's funny because I'm
Kept us
lactose
going.
intolerant. Any hoozle. So
Bread.
thankfully we are on this fantastic new computer that Sticks graciously donated and sent to me. And so we're able to actually function again and properly. So, but to help me out and also to make sure that our increase in prompt submissions from prompters all get the time that they deserve, we capped it out so that way we could get uh more of you guys in, because we do not read them ahead of time and decide who gets read and who doesn't. uh if you submitted, you're getting read. Now we will also, if we start to realize as we are reading out that your submission includes content that violates TOS at Twitch or YouTube, we will stop. And if you think for one moment that there's any kind of favoritism, the first one I censored is standing right next to me and has been my best friend for 3 decades. So if I'm willing to censor her to protect the show, it is nothing personal, okay?
I did not understand the assignment that day.
No, you did not, but you were
Nope.
newer, right? You were newer,
Yep.
and that does take into account if ooh, pardon me. If you have any questions, we do have our Discord. You can join the Discord by going to our bio link either on Twitch or YouTube. And there is a Discord link to join. You have to fill out uh, the how did you find us and read and accept the rules. Okay. And then there are plenty of people in the server who can kind of walk you through what the what. Reach out if you have any questions about your submission to any of the hosts, any of the mods. They are more than willing to help you kind of figure out what the what, right? And what to put in, and should I put a pronunciation guide? We've had to do that. The only person who cannot know about your weekly submission is this bish. All right. I want to be completely surprised by what you put out, cold read it, give you those live reactions about, holy shit, you really went there, or oh, what the fuck. So, if, on the other hand, you have questions or you need writing assistance on anything other than your prompt submission, because at our heart, we're also a writing group and support group, uh, mm, hit me up. Ask me in the main chat. Go, hey, at Izzy, uh, you know, can I ask you about something for this thing that I'm working on? Um, we also have a lot of different rooms in there. Make sure that you check out our channel information page as it links to all the different rooms, all the different channels, and gives you an explanation of what they are. Okay, I think we have kind of over explained
Newsletter.
everything. Oh, don't forget to sign up for the newsletter. We do not spam you. In fact, if you subscribe to us and we get paid about once a month, a little bit here and there, that money does go to our yearly newsletter bill that allows us to send it out. We have once a week, we send out the newsletter kind of detailing what happened over the weekend stream, the upcoming authors on our Friday night Booked for Friday show, and, what you can expect, new releases by our prompters. If you have a book that needs some love, came out recently, and you would like to get some free marketing out there, the only requirement to be listed in our recent releases section or our upcoming events, like you're going to a book convention and you're going to be a signing author or whatnot, the only requirement to get featured, get your stuff featured, is to have submitted at least once to the show. Bingo, bango. All right.
That's it.
That yes. And we are so thankful to people like Death's Head,
Yeah,
Bitzer,
yeah, as they put it,
Documancer,
writing, plumbing, automotive.
fashion advice. Yeah. We've been helping lately with SP Stavros has an event upcoming and she's making her own dress. So we've been helping her make, what colors, what designs, giving that advice. Julie has now fixed vehicles remotely in New Jersey, Indiana, has fixed plumbing in Australia,
California.
Canada, and has also remotely diagnosed and fixed a generator in Canada. So, oh, and her chili recipe keeps me fed on a regular basis. Just saying.
Yep.
And won an award.
And won an award at my work. Yes, I did every October. I run a chili cook-off contest in my building, and this year we won spicy. All right. I think we've introduced everybody to our level of, well, okay, that was the tame part of our unhingedness. It's about to get way, way unhinged.
I mean, I'm here, so yeah.
I mean,
Oh
the
yeah,
3 of us get
we
together. If Patrick were here, he could tell y'all what the 3 of us drunk in a hotel room looks like.
I wasn't even really that drunk
wasn't
that.
drunk. I was
No,
tipsy,
you weren't.
but I wasn't drunk.
That's what makes it scary.
I was yeah, I was unhinged and I wasn't even drunk yet. So,
What?
and I'm the one who's
That they have to reach
gotta love
25,000?
that.
You don't have to reach it.
I know, but that was the implication from his comment, and I said, "No, no, no, don't scare off the baby prompters, thinking that they have to write 25,000 words."
Yeah.
That was the scary part. If y'all stick around, that means you're on our level of unhinged, and, you know,
We love you.
d if you wanna keep your unhingedness to yourself, that could possibly be a good thing because poor Sticks let out just a little bit, got licked, and now he's stuck with us. And some days he regrets it. All right, ad break ends in 2 minutes.
So I'm trying to finish my mac and cheese. That's why I keep leaning out of frame, people.
Run while you can. Yeah, because, after sending something to somebody and putting a return address on it. Hey, Helnick Taoist. Hello, welcome, welcome, welcome.
Hey, welcome.
Deaths and I were talking and Julie earlier today, and thank you for joining the server today. And yeah, I know the post office made you, and now I have your address. Just saying. Okay. So, and of course, YouTube does
Okay.
not have the ads. Twitch does. If you are able to subscribe, let's. By the way, if you're not familiar with Twitch and you have Amazon Prime, fuck these. Um, you've got the option of a free Twitch subscription. If you are not already giving that subscription to someone else, you can use that subscription to avoid the ads. I know I'm saying this while there are ads on, but hopefully people will also go back later and watch the VOD, watch what they missed. Maybe you got distracted, and you'll be able to see. Yeah, Doc, you got subbed. so so you're able to see it. Use your Amazon Prime. Thank you, Sticks. See, this is why we have mods who keep an eye on everything. And right now, what we've got 3 mods going in the chat, other
I
than
believe so.
you and me.
And me. And
Nah,
One moment.
you were one of the 3.
oh,
You,
okay.
you, Sticks,
Yeah,
and, Bitzer, if they're
yeah.
here.
Where is Bitzer?
I don't
I
know.
haven't seen them.
A picture is over on Critter right now, and they will be here shortly,
Okay.
I believe.
So, we do have 3 that are monitoring the chat at all times, able to answer your questions, as things are going. Julie and I are also modding a little bit, me less so because I'm staring at the screen reading out the stuff. So, without further ado, you should see down between our box and Julie's box a beautiful spinner. Which now that I figured out how to embed it without all the extra junk through OBS, it's awesome. It's awesome. So, ready, Freddy, we are about to find out who our first victim, I mean, first submitter prompter is being read out.
Oh, fun. I love his stuff.
Same. All right. Ready, Freddy. The Harpy and the Dragon investigations. Tomas sat at his desk reading a document sent to his office. The light of the Panamanian sun glared through the window onto his brown coat and dark green hair. He barely felt the heat in his cinnamon skin and green backwards horns, but the glare of the sun irritated his reptilian pink eyes, making him shade them with his hands in order to read. His office was decorated with photos of him and his family on one trip or another in other countries. The faces in the photos were becoming progressively more dour if anyone bothered to take a good look at them. Behind his desk was a board with red strings. The strings were centered around a photo of a woman with white skin in a flower dress, with white hair and reptilian neon blue eyes. She was smiling with a younger Tomas. Beside that photo, the image of a red sigil in an almost conspiratorial manner, the red strings connected her with all the sigils of different colors and photos of different people. All had different labels that said kidnapped, disappeared, rescued, or case solved, all with different enumerations and ranks indicating the quantity of hints or evidence connected to the group that had those symbols. So many years of cases he had done with so little information. Neighboring the board on a blue wall, there were 3 metal drawers. One labeled charity cases that had the name Abigail in the label, along with the caricature of a bird. The second one was labeled personal investigation with the red sigil on the label. The third and last one said, "Worth the time," with a money sign on it. Just another investigation about a missing cat. Ugh, Tomas said as he put the document in the charity cases drawer. They don't give enough to be worth a damn. Those cases made Tomas feel nice on the inside when he was forced to solve them, be it because of the money or Abigail's irritating insistence. But usually it was something he didn't do because either the money wasn't worth it or simply because they were mostly dead ends. His phone rang. It was Abigail. "Hey, can you come out when you are done dumping charity cases on me?" Abigail cheekily said. "It's a cold case, and I found something that might be interesting." Tomas briefly glanced at the board, then replied with an okay and left his office. The office where they worked as private investigators was dull. Few decorations, like a Maneki Neko and a car calendar to spice things up. The wooden floor wasn't amazing by any means. It all made a quaint little office tucked inside the city near Omar Park. Overall, not a bad place to have a private investigation office. Tomas found Abigail sitting in a cubicle with documents arranged in a pile beside the PC. She was easily identifiable by her long violet hair tied into a ponytail and her brown wings that stretched, revealing her bird taloned hands as she yawned. Feeling her boss's presence behind her, she turned to face him, her burned orange eyes staring back with the piercing inquisitiveness of a harpy eagle, a bird that suited her, given that she was an actual harpy. Tomas looked at her work area, which needed some ordering. She always managed to get the correct document out of that chaotic pile that Abigail called a desk. "Why did you call me?" Tomas asked, one eyebrow raised as he crossed his arms. "A kidnapping in the middle of the night, along with a violent fight. No one knows who did it, and the victim couldn't find their kid." Abigail's feathers ruffled. "It has good pay." Tomas sighed. "The only thing going for this is that the pay may be good." Given how greedy you get at times, I thought money would be enough of a motivation," Abigail said sarcastically. "It might be related to the files on your crime board." "Oh, please. We get it done anyway, but it's better if it has something to do with my main case," Tomas sarcastically said. "The money is fine, but not as nice as my time, which is being wasted on bullshit. A murder case that led to a crack den that doesn't give me anything, some vague rumors that led nowhere, and a fucking policeman actively holding information back. I don't get paid enough for this shit." "And this bitter obsession of yours is why you don't like to work charity cases?" Abigail stated with an acerbic tone. It was frustrating at times to work with Tomas given his peculiar fixation. "Your greed doesn't help either." One would think it would be normal for him, given he was a dragon. But any dragon worth his salt that wasn't famous through legends wasn't that greedy. Those kinds of dragons might be nobodies, but they worked for better goals. They would tell you that they weren't like those myths. If anything, Tomas was more of an outlier and certainly the selfish kind. "If they don't have money, I don't bother," Tomas said bluntly while pointing at her. "Why would I bother with jobs that don't give enough?" "You said it like you never gave money to charities before," Abigail mumbled under her breath. "What was that?" The dragon scowled. "Nothing. Anyway, I was about to say, the case still has things related to what you want," Abigail said after going back to the topic at hand. "The one that was kidnapped was a dragon." Instantly, Tomas's countenance turned to a more professional expression. Abigail dared to say he was motivated and laser focused. His pink eyes were ablaze with fiery determination. "For how long has this recent kidnapping case been cold?" Tomas asked with practiced professionalism. "4 months at most," Abigail informed. "I checked on it in the database. The circumstances were oddly similar to the case you are personally working with." "Hmm. Any characteristics distinctive to the perpetrator?" Tomas put his hand on his chin as he started to think. Well, the victim said she couldn't make out the face or form of the assailant, Abigail said as she gave the document to Tomas. The moment she was asked how the perp looked, she didn't seem to be able to recall them. That sounds like a perception altering spell. Did this affect any ghosts that were in the area? If there were any? Also, what about any sigils? Tomas inquired as he read the document. As he looked at the date, Tomas realized it had happened around the time he had resolved a murder case involving a chain email spirit, an Amazon, and a nymph. Naturally, it got very bizarre and violent. Very violent. But that was besides the point. Well, there were a couple of ghosts who witnessed them. When asked by an exorcist, they also failed to recall the perp's appearance. They did remember that the assailant had a sigil. Now you see why I called you, right? Abigail said. Tomas nodded. Yeah, yeah. Did they recall at all how the sigil looked? Hope crept into his voice. Abigail murmured her doubt, unsure if she wanted to keep entertaining his obsession. She kept her honesty. Yes, some looked at the pattern, but it's slightly different here. This is a recreation of one. Abigail handed the photo to Tomas. He inspected it closely. His human form had eyebrows that raised as he put the photo down on the desk and tapped it twice. It's blue this time. Last time it was yellow, right? Abigail said, looking at it. You told me they were an indicator for a hierarchy of sorts, that the symbol color showed their level of skill. I will say they remind me of an organized cult. If they were, they would be obsessive, sacrificing people ritualistically to empower themselves, or a bunch of nut jobs wanting to use one of themselves as a vessel for the spirit of a specific god that is already dead. Tomas absentmindedly said, Then again, the latter one requires less death and more blood, depending on the divinity in question. It isn't necessarily fucked up. These guys are fixated on dragons for some reason. They capture other beings occasionally, but their main target is people like me. Have you ever told me why you think they are obsessed with dragons? Abigail asked. I have no clue myself, but I've been tracking them down for years, Tomas admitted, his face carefully pulled into a neutral expression. They took someone I care about. If I find where they have her, depending on what they did to her, well, I imagine it's not going to be nice. Abigail felt a chill go down her spine when he said that, with menace behind the neutral expression. A rage bubbled beneath it as a wild storm that promised the ones that slighted him would pay for what they had done. Tomas walked towards the exit. Grab your coat and let's go. We have a job to do. Abigail shook her head and grabbed her gray coat. She donned it as she walked past him and put up a sign that said, Closed. Both of their wings came out of their backs. It would be easier to go to the scene of the crime since they had their flight licenses and obeyed the sky laws. They wouldn't have any problems with the local police. Abigail, during the trip, couldn't help but think of Tomas's reaction earlier, worried about how obsessed he seemed, given his board and the blatant hints in his office. She sincerely hoped this didn't lead Tomas towards trouble like a moth to a flame, for his sake, if nothing else. Dun dun dun! Yeah!
That was a good one. I want more.
I love private
No, Foggy,
investigator
that was
stories.
not a POV switch.
There was a slight POV switch in the center. When
There was.
Abigail's thinky thoughts were on the page, it was a slight POV switch. But I absolutely love PI stories. Like, y'all have no idea. And the fact that Galler has managed to put all of this supernatural shit into this PI, well, that's great. That's we get that all the time, okay? They did a whole show for 15 fucking seasons where there's supernatural and tracking things down and solving shit. You know, you might have heard of it. Supernatural, but The thing is that Galler has gone one step further and made the characters supernatural. I d Yeah. Okay, I'm done fangirling.
Mhm.
I told Galler that the other night that this was some of his best work,
Really is.
and
Yeah.
he is getting so much better, and I'm deeply impressed. And I'm impressed every week when he's like, "Hey, can you look it over?" Yeah, I got you. Just give me a minute.
Mhm. Yup.
And for those that don't know, on Wednesday nights and Thursday nights before submission, if you have an issue with, possible POV or possible, hey, I'm not sure if this works, or you just need somebody to get a couple sets of eyes on it, I'm usually the person that does it. I take you down to a breakout room and we go over it. So because English is not Galler's first language, I have been helping with the continuity
Right.
along with
And I
Death Head and CM Weller.
Oh, yeah. And I'm seeing Galler improve with each submission, the missing bits of context are now there. Very well done, Galler. Got me excited.
Is he even in here?
All right, let's see who's
He'll
next.
watch it on the replay if he's not. Galler, you here?
No, I think they're over at
They're in
Curtis.
another stream.
I think so.
There we go. All right. Now, I have just realized that our lovely thing did not remove Galler. So this new setup
Yeah, it gave us the big Galler and then the fireworks and then did not remove them.
did
So,
not remove and did not put it over. So, like I said, this is a new fancy thing that we're doing, and we will see how to adjust as we go. Next, yeah, I got it. I got it.
what?
I I'm next.
Oh, okay.
Mm. Okay, by Izzy Kraus. I apologize ahead of time. It's fine. Sven, what's that? Emery pointed at the bins outside every house as they drove. What's what, honey? Sven glanced at the little girl through the rearview mirror. The big plastic boxes. The trash bins? Sven frowned. Maggie didn't have trash pickup at the cabin, but she told him the children were excited to not have trash takeout as a chore like back home. But why are they blue? Emery's nose scrunched. Sven's lips curled upward and he tried to prevent a chuckle from escaping. They weren't blue where you come from? No! Emery exploded. Smart cans are gray. She threw her arm toward Yvonne, smacking him in the bicep. Right? Tell him I'm right. Ow! Emmy! Yvonne rubbed his arm, then stopped, his mouth dropping open and eyes opening wide. He turned his head slowly toward Emery, who stared back wearing an identical expression. I mean, he trailed. Sven cut in. Emmy, huh? That's a good nickname for Emery. I don't know about y'all, but Emery has always seemed like a mouthful. He glanced in the mirror, carefully watching the children as they looked at him and then back at each other. Yvonne gulped. Yeah, just always feels weird coming out of my mouth. So, Maggie picked names similar enough to their real ones, he thought. Smart move, helping them ease into it. Habits that old don't break in a week, though. Names sure are weird, he agreed. Look at my name. It's an S, followed by a V. That's hard for a lot of people. He flicked his turn signal and slowed the truck. Do you always use your turn signal, Sven? Even when there's nobody around? Emery, again, squirreling hard. Sure do. Keeps me in the practice so I don't forget in town. I don't want Manning on my butt. He turned onto the cabin's driveway. Dun dun dun.
Izzy.
I may or may not have pulled a Trisha.
You 100% just pulled a Trisha because that was like what 300 words. Not that I
300 and
say anything this week,
hold on a
so
second. 309. 309
yeah.
words.
As compared to my like 600 and something this week, so maybe I don't have words room to say
Right.
anything. How do we do this wheel thing without fucking up the setup? Where's
I
the
have
wheel?
no idea. I'm not on that side of the computer. I have no idea.
But you had it up over there. I was trying to.
Are we? Are we? Do we have like a roster that we need to like click off? That's,
Are we to next victim? We're done yelling at Izzy?
yes.
Oh, nailed it, yeah.
Well, I want to yell at Izzy, but the whole thing is I know that you were having trouble getting past that, so I can't
Well,
yell
not
at you.
only that, but if people don't know, the book that Julie is currently working on and this book that I'm working on are set in the same universe. So we're doing a lot of cross referencing and plotting and planning. And that did kind of derail me this week because we were really like, how do we fit these two things together? Because we only made that decision a couple of weeks ago. And so, pardon me, well, all I was able to do was this cute little thing between Sven and the twins. Oh, incoming ad starts in 5 minutes. So let's see who our next victim, submitter is. Oh, shut up, Sticks. Sorry, Luna. Yeah, that's it.
Dahlia.
Delia, queen of horror herself. And for those who are questioning, Dahlia is the reason that we have French toast emojis. And if you want to know why, you can go back to our YouTube and look at November 2nd, 2024's video and find out why it's French toast with Dahlia written across it. Let's see what the horror queen has for us today, or if she's going to lull us into a false sense of security with something cute. Mommy, why are those people blue? My daughter asked as we walked down the street. Because they were experimented on by the Illuminati before it was destroyed, I replied softly. Should we think of them as our lessers as well? No, sweetie, not unless they don't fit the cast. Most of them belong just as much as I and you do. Anyone who is not a clone and is an original, we must cast them as our lesser. How can we tell who is an original? They will not have any birthmarks that are normally given to clones. You will learn more about that in school. As we made it to the front of the school, I knelt down beside my daughter. I grabbed her hands and gave them a gentle squeeze. Just then, the bell at the school rang. Can you be brave for mommy? I will be the bravest. Don't you worry, she replied, placing her hands on her hips. All right, run along then. As she ran inside, I headed towards work, making sure to be super aware of everyone who passed me. Many kept their distance and bowed when I passed. The badges on my arm indicate my importance to the Galactic Intelligence Service. Noticing everything around me, I made it 3 blocks from the school before I was zapped from behind. 1 second I was on the street, and the next I was in a worn down building. How could someone have used a zap gun when they have been banned and destroyed over 1,000 years ago? I thought, looking around and noticing the laser chains around me. Don't worry, those things won't be on for much longer. A voice that sounded exactly like mine said, from the shadows. After a long pause, footsteps from behind came closer. Turning towards them, I watched my doppelganger move towards me. Her uniform was identical to mine, except that hers was soaked in blood. Tapping a remote, our clothes swapped, and I now found myself soaked with the bloody uniform. Watching closely, the doppel pulled out a small jar of blood from her pocket. Just then, the chains around each wrist tightened and moved my hands in front of me. Slathering the blood onto my skin, I watched silently while she poured the rest on the floor. Fucking originals, I mumbled. Pardon? I didn't quite catch that, she said, turning sideways and leaning closer to me. Something originals? Uh huh. Nonetheless, your cast in this galaxy won't help you much in this situation. Shaking the left sleeve, a tiny red spider crawled onto her palm. Dahlia! The little one turned from her to me, analyzing the two of us, and then turned invisible. M- my doppelganger looked to me, grinning as she placed her hand on me. Feeling the spider crawling over me, her hand moved away. Oh man, this will surely be my best kill yet, she cackled, stepping into the shadows. Don't worry, I will make sure to take great care of your daughter. A few minutes later, the laser chain faded and in came the GIS with their rays aimed. 90283, you are under arrest for the murder of the Walton clan. Evaporation is in order under the Mafe 7.6.1 law. Thou shalt not kill another within their caste. Slowly, I place my hands above my head. Accepting defeat, they teleport us onto a stage in the center of a prison. People surrounded us, shouting insults. This GIS is found guilty of murdering another within her caste, an officer shouted as he threw a hologram into the sky. The hologram showed a video of my doppelganger moving from one location to another, killing every Walton and their lesser in the process, killing over 438 people within that video alone. She killed over 275 people within her own caste. A monster such as herself must be erased, the officer yelled. The crowd moved towards me, and with that, the guards disappeared, leaving only one vapor gun in front of me. Fucking original slobs, I yelled, grabbing the gun and shooting as many of those lessers as I could while they came at me. Closing in, they pinned me in place, beating me until I was at my breaking point and shot me. Dun dun dun. Fucking
She's shaking the house. She's so pissed. Well, not pissed.
Not pissed, freaked. Spider? What was the point of the spider? Dahlia, you've got some explaining to do. Ah, ugh, spiders. And yet I'm screaming for more spider
Wait a
culture.
minute.
Yes, I
Some clarification.
understand.
Wait. Some clarifications. The woman is a clone.
Yeah.
Her daughter is a clone. The originals are not clones.
No, they're the originals that the clones are made off of. That was very, very clear. I'm still stuck on the
Yeah.
little red spider. For
Yeah.
clarity, new viewers, okay, we have a routine submitter, our lovely Death's Head, who has a spider cult story that I clamor for more of. But that's because I envision the Spider Queen as a drider for any of those who have ever played D&D, specifically Forgotten Realms. You know what a drider is. Okay. Um Th that I can somehow handle. Little red spiders that crawl on the skin? And for what purpose? What purpose? I don't know. I don't know because Dahlia likes to leave us on cliffhangers and then maybe never return to the story ever again, so I never know.
That's why.
Yeah. I did ask Dahlia whether she was going to do anything, and she's like, "No, it's over. She's dead." I'm like, "That doesn't help me."
I mean, look, y'all, she took me to Marilyn Manson, so I don't know. Granted, that was a big old coliseum and not the confines of my bedroom.
Yeah, I wear earplugs at concerts now.
Oh, really? Okay. That makes it even better. See, she's not even spider shaped. There we go. Even better. Even better.
Oh, so like
She's human shaped with
Sh
8 arms.
almost like Shiva.
Almost like
Okay.
Shiva. That's even better. But I've seriously been picturing her like a drider and
That
was
That
still
the upper part as I'm thinking it were kind of like the way it was described. I was thinking like the upper torso is human, but the back half is spider.
that's what I was thinking
That's
too.
why
And I
I
was somehow okay with that. Finding out that she's completely human shaped with 8 that's even better.
mm, I don't know.
I don't know.
I think it might
It's
disturb me a little more, but either which way. Who's our next person?
made me feel better and made Julie feel worse. It's fine. Who is next? We're gonna pull our lovely Dahlia out of there and we're gonna save and then we're gonna go over here and refresh. A lot of stuff happening over here. It's fine. It's fine. Refresh. Next up. Documancer. I ain't heard this in a hot minute. Okay. It wasn't even the butt crack of dawn when Huey stirred awake. Not a single sliver of light through Nicholas's living room window. The car mechanic sat up in his sleeping bag and rubbed his face. Eve whispered, "Can't sleep either?" Huey could barely catch the tattoo artist's silhouette in the shadows, but he could depict her expression. He'd have to guess from her sluggish tone that she was still sleepy too. Huey sighed. You should rest. She sat up. So should you. Can't, he admitted, then placed his hands into his lap. His knuckles went tight as she squeakily slid out of her sleeping bag, scooched around him, and settled behind him. Her lips hovered right next to his ear, and if she kept teasing him like that, she might trigger him into cardiac arrest.
Getting hot.
Relax. His shoulders obeyed her spoken word and slumped into what must have been jello as her hands drew up and down, massaging his shoulders. Heart attack crisis averted. She asked him, why aren't you asleep? He almost didn't catch it the first time she asked. Huh? Oh, you know, cufflinks, bad dreams, revenants, the usual. Bad dreams? The nightmares he woke up from had been incredibly vivid, the kinds where your subconscious tried to scare the crap out of you. You couldn't scream, could only run. He barely woke up before his face met a body of water. Waking up to the promise of massages wasn't the worst thing to happen to him, though. He hummed. Mm. Not in the mood to talk about it? He shook his head, and Eve could see it. Probably. She asked, want me to talk about mine? That's why you've been waking up? She teased. Well, I'm not waking up for my health. He snorted. Sure. That's when their phones went off with alert sounds, not alarms. The kind of alert that startled you when you were doing the laundry. It would prompt you to be wary of floods when you lived in the desert. Maybe you had an aunt checking in to see if you were okay, but you were 3 cities away from a sandstorm warning. Their phones made awful siren sounds with annoying pulses. Both Huey and Eve sighed, picked up the devices, and slid them open. Eve hissed, what the crap? Huey growled, that's my car's make and model. What are Paige and Theodore doing? Getting themselves reported by some asshole, I guess. Huey shot up to his feet and aggressively slid through his phone to find Theodore's phone number. When he found it, he locked on and stabbed the call button with his finger. The call dropped immediately. He hung up on me. Eve came over to put a hand on him. That touch could melt his worries away, but not the anger boiling in his gut. Maybe he was too angry to care, but he barely noticed the footsteps approaching the stairs. She whispered, they're probably trying to get to a safe space. From what? She rubbed his shoulder. We're just going to have to trust them. Oi! You two keep it down, Nicholas hissed. Fiona finally fell asleep. He was at the top of the stairs, his silhouette in the dim light. Eve explained. Sorry, we got some, upsetting news. Is it the alert my phone harassed me about? Man and woman in their 20s? Why is one of your friends in her pajamas? Huey sighed. It's a long story. Mijo, should I be worried about the friends you're making? Huey couldn't roll his eyes any harder. It's just a misunderstanding, I think. Well, since we're all up, what about some cinnamon rolls and bacon? I want cinnamon rolls and bacon. Fuck, now I'm hungry for cinnamon rolls.
And bacon.
And bacon. I do have bacon. Oh, sorry, squirreling. Eerily, Eve said, "Oh, yes, please." They didn't have to ask Huey twice. Cinnamon rolls would be great for their plan of action against the revenants. Where the hell were they, anyway? As he heard Nicholas's footsteps, Huey walked over to the window and cracked the blinds open. There they were, across the street, waiting. Their drippy silhouettes were difficult to forget. Huey closed the curtain and shook his head. Are they? Yeah, a few houses away. Eve whispered. Shit. They can't get past the blessing. We still have to do something. Yeah, Huey agreed. Keep you safe. She took her hand away and folded her arms. I'm not going to sit on my hands, Huey. Then don't. Sunshine should weaken them, right? She blinked. How did you know that? He shrugged. I had a hunch. They were super active when the sun dropped. So what do you suggest? See if Fiona will train with you later? She offered. She asked. And what are you going to do? Dunno. Practice dummy? Absolutely not. He snorted. I'm kidding. Anyways, maybe if Fiona can give us some more details, we can find out why those revenants want to kill your mom. Obviously, Eve said, because she killed them? But why did she kill them? Maybe that will give us some answers we're looking for. I just want them to not kill me. But then they'll go after your mom. The sound of cookie sheets going into the oven rang in the air as Eve fell quiet. Huey murmured, You don't sound distraught with the idea. She jerked her chin away as the light from the kitchen gleamed over her. Whatever. Look, Mom and I, we have a complicated relationship. Want to share with the class? She walked toward the kitchen, slid out the chair, and sat into it. Each moment felt like she was stalling her answer. Firmly, Eve said, No. Huey sat in the seat across from her, fingers laced together, letting the ticking of the timer distract him enough from the lack of conversation Eve was emulating. Minutes passed by. She sat across from him, arms still crossed over her chest, pouting. More time traversed them. The silence killed him. He was pretty sure he was going to die from the agony that came from boredom. He sighed heavily and picked up the icing that came with the cinnamon rolls and scooped its blue gooiness with his finger.
Hello?
Nicholas manifested from the air itself. He was sure of it, and totally not being exaggerative at all, and smacked the back of Huey's hand and scooped up the little saucer. Huey wasn't blind, though. He caught a glimpse of Nicholas sneaking a taste, too. Ow! Nicholas chided. Wait for the cinnamon rolls. But he was licking his finger off, too. You first! Nicholas? Eve murmured, finally speaking up. Why is it blue? The icing? Huey looked at his finger before he sucked on it. It was definitely blue. Nonchalantly, Nicholas said, I thought blue would be festive. Dun dun dun. Duck! That was a roller coaster.
It was.
Like, like, I get Eve's a siren and all that, but, but I couldn't tell if she was gonna start some bouncing around.
Yeah, I know. That's what I thought too.
I was like, thank
I
God I
mean,
don't have
we
to
all
sense
thought
duck.
right. I mean, that's what we all thought it was gonna go. And now I'm wondering, like, what is the blessing?
What is the what? Sorry, missed
What
that.
is the blessing? Like, is that an organization or
Oh,
I'm pretty sure it's already been explained a couple weeks
it
back,
has
but
I think you were off taking care of little man. Um, but I think Huey's grandmother. It might have been Huey's grandmother. Doc can correct me, or yeah, Doc can correct me if I'm wrong. But grandma placed a blessing on the house, and so the revenants can't get past that blessing.
Oh, okay, okay, okay. Now I'm caught up. I just gotta go back and rewatch. That's I've just gotta sit down and go back and rewatch.
Still trying to figure out the world though. Like Doc, you're doing a really good job of like just giving enough details that like it's being revealed as the characters because it sounds like the main character is kind of Nicholas. And so we're not getting a heck of a lot of like the reality of things until Nicholas is finding out that close limited third person. And so it's like as he's learning more about this stuff, he knew about Abuela's blessing and everything else, but like he's learning more, and as he's talking about it, and as he's talking about it with other people, we are learning more about it. It's probably one of my favorite um immersive building techniques ever. Oh, I don't know. Was
Oh
it
yes,
yeah,
most
Huey's
definitely.
grandma. Yeah, because Nicholas is the tattooed padre who I don't know. I can't I can't I I can't tell if he's like the caring priest type who is stoic and rules and whatnot, because sometimes he does that, or if he is like, "Yeah, get it," because he's sometimes that he's oh,
Yeah, it's a little hard
back
to
up, please.
tell, but at the same time, it's like I'm here for it. All right, let's see who's up next.
Yes. Do the things. Do the things. Click. Come on, move. Right.
Stickler's got a
Thanks.
point.
Yes,
Sometimes the way he
that.
talks.
Yes. Is he a padre or is he a puppy? Ay, papi.
Your cat likes me.
Oh my god.
Don't laugh at
Oh,
me
he's
like
an
that.
ex-con. That's why.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I did catch that.
Foggy.
Not so much big words as weird pronunciations. Cause you know, people like to make up names and fuck with me. She's trying to be funny. She's trying to be funny.
Just hang on.
Oh, Death's head is in. Wait, what happened?
What happened?
Oh, we bleeped for a second.
Oh,
I mean, it's still showing that we're going.
Yeah. Oh, you went robotic. Okay. Now, let's see if I can't handle direct sequel to last week's. Okay. Real quick though, here's what we're gonna do because we're about to have an ad here in about 5 minutes. Um, and I have drank enough liquid that I could probably use a restroom break. So real quick, let's get some performance issues detected. Got it. Okay, I'm tracking. I'm tracking. Now I know what Sticks was talking about. Okay. Okay. So we will be right back. Una momento. Chat will still be up on the screen. However, you will not be able to hear us. Let's do bathroom break, refills, do what you got to do.
Well, thank you for your blessing, Miss Star.
big red button.
Oh, I did it without blowing anything up.
Woo-hoo!
So the cat's away and the mice will
Yeah,
play.
it's like Cash tells me that, and I'm like, "Is it a big red button? We might be concerned if it's a big red
No,
button."
it's just the little one that says stream.
Okay, then
I think it
we're
well, I think it was the one that says stream because it's blurry. So,
Ah,
but we're here. So,
all right.
yeah,
Kesh is gonna end up reading Doggy's story tonight, and here we go.
all right. Olur Tokarashi sat heavy on his log round, which tried to rock off balance. Placing his clay pot in the dirt between his boots, he took the lid off and gave it a magical pop that only breaking a preservation enchantment ever made. From inside, he drew out two sizable Ferragro steaks and inspected them, fresh as the day they were stored. He leaned forward and dropped them both into the polished stone bowl. His remaining companion leaned in with an oil decanter. He poured a dose of it over the meat and then leaned back and stood up. The smoke that billowed up a wall of heat between them. Sir Froka Slovak, he'd caught a glimpse into this man just the other day, but otherwise, he's proven loyal for being a fallen Templar of 2 moons. As much of a mountain as the hills he hailed from, Olur shifted his position on the stump, shifting to the back and letting his feet slide forward. His elbows rested on his knees, hands clasped nearer to the fire's warmth. You aren't even listening. No wonder those mercenaries couldn't wait to be gone with your payment. Thank you for paying me in advance, Frokus said before he rolled his eyes. He waved a dismissal and turned away, stood and walked off to their supply wagon to grab some ingredients. The smoke off the bubbling oils carried the meat's flavors. Allure's voice rose and to follow him. Of course they did. They just hand waved the warnings in the job listing. Those idiots will probably be broke by the week's end. Good riddance to them. Frogas returned, adding his own curation of greens and grain to the meal before he sat down, the empty cloth bags folded over his knee. Allure watched the fire's heat and the oh, sorry. Allure watched the fire's heat and the oiled smoke distort the distance between them. The two additional mercenaries were companions to Jor-El, their collective employer, but the two brutes were done. They were counting themselves lucky to have survived where most would die driven insane. Oh, wrong screen. Okay, there we go. I gotta find my place. Where'd it go? When Frokas finally answered, it caught him in his dazed memory. "Oh, Laura, I know you well enough after this past week. No need to hood your spirit. The others will be all right, and we will see them soon enough. I'll honor bound that. If they do not emerge from the gate," Olor stood and cut his vow off. "Frokus, I do not presume it. This, that." His voice failed him, but he swept a hand along Ilderhalt's, Il, Ilderhalt's wall and recovered. "City isn't cursed, and I'm not worried about Squoko or even my sister Yorza. I'm not even worried about Cilia. What I'm worried about, terrified by, is Adrien." He sat down abruptly and added, "The mind titan is broiling like our dinner. Besides, we didn't even find whatever it was they had been after." That, and I don't spot what I had hoped to find. The sizzling meat the sizzling meat caught his nose and made his stomach gurgle, while the wooden pop of the firewood filled the silence. Frocas clapped his hands together. That's one hell of a deflection, if I ever heard one. Olor, I heard you talk into that room's shadow before you killed it. You got scared of others' safety? Just admit it. For the other's safety. Just admit it. He leaned back and looked up to see the larger moon, Tharoon, between the clouds. That's okay, fine. Fair. Aldrian will be fine, and everyone knows the city's contained. He brushed his hands against his thighs and clapped back at him. Look, can we keep that shadow encounter just between us? Cilia doesn't need to know about that. Frocas gave off a light, airy chuckle that rang out across the empty field as he went about tending the meal. I won't go around spreading rumors that stoic, wo- sto- stoic woe of a man secretly soft-heartedly loved. It's good to have seen that you care for others. I wasn't sure when we first met. Olor stood and fetched a couple of plates and silverware. Over his shoulder, as had left, he started. Good man. Let's stay focused. Personally, I only took this job because Yorsa and I had a chance to find our ancestors' old home. Even if we didn't find it this trip. We know better not for the next time. When he gave one plate to Frocas, a sensation tackled his attention. A telepathic bridge winked to life in his foremind. His sister's voice echoed from somewhere. Oh, Laura, we're on our way. Well, two of us are. A pause and the connection was dropped. The chill that ran through him, it made him shudder briefly before he sat back down, the log teetering on uneven ground. Yours is on her way, he informed the brawny ex-Templar. Told you they'd survive. Oh, lure, let the wilderness take hold. She said, they're only a pair. Oh, Frocas hesitated only a moment and added, well, I hope her survivor isn't Jor-El. I already wanted to flatten him. When he broke into when he broke into a laugh, Olure's eyes snapped onto him with the sharpest sneer he could find. When Frocas took heed, a gust of wind brushed through the campsite. Upsetting the fire, it tilted the stone bowl from its resting spot in the coals of wood. It slid and settled partially out of the flames. Above them, one of those city guardians was setting down just 20 yards away, the creature's stone bulk and steel components gleaming in the fainter flickers of the freshly exposed light. From the guardian's arms fell Yorza, who staggered as if she just stepped off a boat. She fell to her knees with her hands pressed flat against the ground. The guardian's head tilted to one side, and then it looked around. When it finally turned around, Squawko waved enthusiastically from where he stood against the guardian's flat back between its folded wings. Yorza stood to jog over to join them. Brother, Jor-El is dead, and a lot else has happened. But first, is that food? Her stomach growled in protest, so Allure handed her his prepped plate. Her eyes widened and glittered as she took the plate. She quickly reached into her bag and pulled out 4 coin purses and a hefty little satchel purse, all of which were tethered together. Our finds and allure, I found our great grandfather's house. I didn't get to search it, but I saw our family crest over the entrance. He took the bundle and sat it in his lap to undo the knots while Yorza found a seat beside him. She wrapped her free hand around his shoulders and pulled tight, laying the side of her head on his shoulder. Oh, Lord, I was so worried for you too. Thank you for being okay, brother. To his sister, he put a and hand put a hand over hers and gently pressed his temple against the top of her head. He watched as Frocas, who had fallen silent after fixing the fire, watching the is that Froglin?
Watch the Froglin. Yep.
Watching the Froglin and the Guardian interacting with amusement. When he looked back at them, Yorza sat back up and ravenously ate. If you two had matching hair, I wouldn't be able to tell you apart, he spouted with enthusiasm. Squawko let out a rhythmic chorus of croaks as he hopped off the thing's back and started to walk their way. The guardian stayed put, scratching at the side of its hooded head. Olor managed to untether the cord that held the treasure closed, letting the 4 coin purses fall open. They were indeed full of very old currency. The one that interested him, though, was the leather pouch. When Yorzef and Frokas began to talk about the statue, he turned them out and focused. Tuned them out and focused. The satchel had Celia's family insignia on it, which meant this came from her pocket. It had no blood on it. He turned it over and double checked it in the flickering light. He finally undid the latch string and opened it. Inside sat a small handful of rings intertangled with 3 necklaces. The real focus that gripped him was the 3 large, perfectly round pearls that faintly glowed blue. Memory pearls? Are they Celia's? Celia's? Is Yorza? Why are they blue? He asked abruptly. It had interrupted Frocas's story regarding one of the houses they had searched. He held the bag open for her to look in. They both looked at him as Squawko came around between them for a better look. He squinted and gurgled a humming thought, a suspicion, it seems. Yorza swallowed the bite she was chewing on and adjusted her glasses. I don't know. How peculiar is that? They may be treasured copies rather than removed memories, or perhaps Celia had found those in there. She hooked a finger back at the city and immediately perked up straight as if struck with a realization. We have to stay here until Celia comes out. Frocus shrugged. Why isn't she one of those mercenaries? They hired us. We have no obligation to wait for Dryl's girl to come waltzing out. Yours' tired demeanor cleared for a moment as her attention swung up to meet the warrior's eyes. I don't know what will happen, but I told her we'd wait here. Oh, oh, we're done. Okay. Done, done, done.
What?
Where's the rest of it? There's no more. Froglin like goblin. Okay. I just didn't know. I'm sorry, Foggy. I was trying. But we need more of that, please. There's room on both our bookshelves for something like this, I think. Am I right? Yeah. Uh-huh. So you gotta hop to it.
Hop like the Froglin.
I couldn't resist that one.
So, like I was saying in the comments to Froggy, every time we get a newer prompter in here who is submitting, and they hear us maybe little stumble over a little bit, then y'all start to feel self-conscious about, oh, I did such a horrible. No, nobody is going to be able to do a perfect draft in a week of
Mhm.
up to 2,500 words. It's going to be rough, but you have an idea, that this prompt thing that you all voted on, going, ooh, I can do something with that. It's sparking your creativity. It's getting you to write the damn thing, put the words on the paper, do your world building, your character development, and then every Saturday night you get live reactions from your peers and the hosts who are also your peers, to where am I onto something? Should I continue with this storyline? What did they like about it? What did they kind of stumble over? Where do I need to go back in? Alpha reading. So there's this toxic thing in the book community among indie authors where they use alpha readers solely as their editors. Alpha readers are not a good replacement for editors. Editors have actually trained themselves to look at grammar and continuity, and finding the development spaces, line edits, things like that. Alpha readers are just people who like to read.
Mhm.
Okay. So what you're gonna get from alpha readers is going to be that this is landing, right? That this storyline is landing. This plot line is working. This one over here isn't. That's what you're gonna get to help you develop where your story is. Then you eventually take it to an editor, and we have several that are, within our sphere, between our server, a couple of other servers, Julie's one. I am not by any means classically trained, but I was referred to as the grammar police in 6th grade, and I kind of sometimes still am. But that's neither here nor there.
Sometimes,
I forgot my
sometimes.
I forgot my best friend of 3 decades is standing next to me. Any hoozle, I'm good at grammar. I'm not 100%, and I'll still tell you to check with an editor on some things. But that's what we're providing. We're giving you the opportunity to write the thing, be inspired, and get live feedback. Maybe you realize that this particular story you've lost passion for, or oh my god, this is giving me encouragement to keep going, accountability, all those things. So there we go. When you give us something, don't feel bad. There's also another reason why I know some other streams will put the words that we are reading out in a box on the stream. We don't. We don't, because number one, I'm reading it cold. Julie doesn't have the time because she's doing her own submissions, her own stuff, to go through and edit it and take out spelling mistakes or whatever. So when you're hearing us speak it, nobody's seeing your spelling mistakes, missing commas, punctuation, capitalization. Nobody's seeing that. We're not here to embarrass you in any capacity at all. So that's why we keep it hidden behind, and we try to be as clear as possible when we're reading it out. But yeah, exactly. Uh, just do the thing, then make it better. Yeah. How is this to last week's scene? I did miss quite a bit of it. I'm going to apologize. So I will have to go back and reread it for myself, and I'll get back with you. Okay. Where did my mouse go? There's my mouse.
If it means anything, I was really starting to get into that, Foggy. And I can't compare it to last week's because I wasn't here last week, and I still haven't caught up with last week's VOD.
There we go. Okay, let's bring our Next victim! I mean, prompter.
Victim. Yeah. Okay.
Sam Weller. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo!
You do so much better with her.
I love Zinnia. Xavier found it difficult to stop thinking of Zinnia as his Zinnia. She wasn't his yet. They had yet to enter a temple, say the vows, sign the papers, and seal the contract with a mutual kiss. Nevertheless, in relatively private moments, he thrilled to hear her say his given name. We're just going right up to the edge this week with just just as much as he thrilled to watch her blush when he pronounced hers like a sacred song. He'd heard that detestable oaf Aaron had only called her Zin. It encapsulated his laziness and lack of devotion. Anyone who loved her would hear the lyrical rhythm of Zinnia. He wanted to win her desires, prove himself worthy of her affection, and, when they were married, dutifully devote himself to her pleasure. He'd been studying up on that in the privacy of his apartment after wishing her a very good evening. The good news, following Mr. Gerhardt's great public upset, was that the odious boy had been forcibly ejected from his apartment near Zinnia's, all the way to one clear on the other side of the campus, where the university's washerwomen had heard all about his exploits and watched him closely. Closer, according to gossip, than a scavenger watches a weak and wobbling lamb in the meadow. The sisterhood of university women watched out for each other, regardless of status or station. As far as Xavier understood it, they came to Zinnia for her potions and medicines and repaid her with other things: clothing for Yarrow, needlework of many kinds, recipes, as well as other tried and worthy remedies. In essence, anything useful. Men seemed to trade in coin and count themselves worthy. Women traded in things of great use and were called all kinds of unflattering names for their work. If a disaster ended civilization tomorrow, Xavier mused, he would put his faith in women's trade rather than a sack of coins. Which was just one among many reasons why he was studying the alchemy of cookery. Not only was it fascinating, but he had grown a strong desire to find and make something for his Zinnia. The added benefit being that he could fend for himself in a kitchen, or even help his intended once they got around to homemaking. He was busy scribbing some theoretical formulae regarding ratios of ingredients when a small, familiar voice said, Dada. He looked up, and outside his experimental cookery laboratory was the wily young Miss Yarrow Balvin, evidently pleased that she had found one of her people. Oh, hello, Miss Balvin. Has Mrs. Weaver nodded off again? Miss Rico, nine nine, said Miss Balvin, and tipped her head forward before imitating a gurgling snore. Babies go nine nine. I help Dada. Xavier declined to tell her that she was considered to be a baby herself. He would have to become accustomed to parenting the little girl, and it would do no harm to mind her a little while before taking her to greet her mother. I see, he said. Would you like to indulge in alchemy or make something sweet for your mother? Blue cupcake, announced Miss Balvin. Blue cupcakes? Blue cupcake, she insisted with a nod. Well, he had a recipe for cakes that was proof against his incompetence, but the blue, there was a trouble. I can help you make cupcakes, miss, but blue ones? Are you sure? Yeah, boo! She smiled, doubtless gleeful that he was discombobulated by her determination. He found the recipe for the unfailing cake, and in another, a seemingly simple procedure for making an edible hue of blue. Well, that appeared to be achievable given his skill level. At least he wouldn't be causing another fire, and he knew how to clean up after the fact. He put the relevant books down, ready for consultation. Very well. It appears to be something that can be accomplished. But we will have to have a lot of cabbage with dinner. Still want blue cupcakes? Miss Belvin jumped and giggled. Blue cupcake! Boo, boo, boo! Xavier suspected she would renegotiate on eating the cabbage by dinner time. He and Zinnia would have to consume most of it, while Miss Belvin pointedly refused. He was ready for that eventuality, if it also meant keeping Miss Belvin out of self invented trouble. He had everything else but the eggs, butter, and cabbage. Those required a trip to the kitchens in order to retrieve. Xavier allowed Miss Belvin to carry the butter, adjusting his pace to accommodate her tiny legs. Miss Belvin kept singing Blue Cupcakes all the way there and all the way back. Miss Belvin assisted with sifting flour and adding ingredients to the mixing bowl. And in the case of the cooking pot, ribbons of red cabbage into the pot. Not in that order, of course. Xavier knew that a toddler wouldn't have the patience to wait for the cabbage to cook. So he prepared the vegetable first, then busied her with cupcake batter while the pot boiled. And since they were waiting for the cabbage water, he entertained her with the simple alchemy of vinegar and baking soda. A very important question, Miss Belvin. Are the cupcakes blue or is it the icing? Cupcake, answered Miss Belvin. Blue cupcake. As you wish, he sighed. This was going to alter the recipe, but Zinnia had taught him well, and he had the foresight to keep the liquids out of the batter. Xavier separated cabbage from water half an hour earlier. The liquid had been reducing since. We have to be very careful. This is hot. Ouch. Miss Balvin, supervising from a sturdy chair, said, Wet. That's right. It is red. Now, what do you think is going to happen when we add just a little bit of sodium bicarbonate? Miss Balvin made an impressive impersonation of baking soda's fizz. Only one way to test your hypothesis. He gave her the measure of the substance. Pop it in. She giggled as she turned the spoon and pouted as the powder refused to bubble. Xavier stirred and her mood immediately improved. See, not every reaction is spectacular. Hers was. Blue is blue! That's right, it's blue. The alkali of baking soda caused a reaction that changed the color from the cabbage. Can you say alkali? Alkali. Very nice try. We can keep working on it. We have plenty of time, Miss Balvin. Now, for the fun part, making the batter. Of course, he started the oven preheating while he kept Miss Balvin occupied with stirring. There was only one mistake at the key of it all. He left the remainder of the cabbage blue, sitting where Miss Balvin could reach it. To be completely fair, he forgot about it while supervising papers into the cupcake pan and dishing out batter between them. It was while he was lecturing through the process of actually baking the cupcakes that Miss Balvin started giggling. Inappropriate laughter, Miss Balvin. I was unaware that my speech was all at all humorous to you. He stood, securing the oven door, and then discovered that Miss Balvin was not laughing at him. Young Miss Balvin had discovered the remaining cabbage blue and its ability to change the hue of anything it touched. There was little blue handprints on the wall. There were little blue handprints on the table, the chairs, the loose pages he'd copied the recipes onto, and most importantly, young Miss Balvin. On her dress, in her hair, and all over every part of her skin that she could reach. Uh-oh. Let's put that away now, he said, taking the remainder and placing it up on a high shelf. I think your mother may be a little upset about how colorful you've made yourself. Woo! Giggled Miss Balvin. I understand you're pleased, he sighed. And it is a pretty color, but I'm almost certain your mother won't want me if I hand you back to her in this state. He wound a mechanical timer and set that on a high shelf, too. Let's at least try to get some of that off your skin. He would not undress anyone else's child unless directed by the parent. Therefore, the blue marks on her dress would have to stay. At least he could work against the blue marks on the child, which was far more important. Unfortunately, for his best intentions, there was no known way to scrub a child who didn't want to be scrubbed. She squirmed, she fought, she deflected the washcloth at every opportunity. When he succeeded in when he succeeded in trapping one limb long enough to apply it, she screamed, "Ha! Blue murder!" and finally escaped at an astonishingly fast run, weaving between the legs of the furniture and laughing like it was the greatest game in the world. The cupcakes and their associated timer distracted him, and the little villain ran cackling for somewhere to hide while he turned their mutual efforts out onto a cooling rack. Mama, Dada make blue! So I see, said Zinnia. Oh no. Desperation made him plate one of his efforts to hold behind his back while he faced his doom with a rigid rictus plastered on his features. Zinnia. Gorgeous, brilliant, lovely, and patient Zinnia entered the kitchen with her freshly dyed toddler on her hip. Xavier, why is she blue? Alchemical experiments with ordinary household substances at her insistence, I'm afraid. He whipped out the sample. Cupcake? It's still a little hot. Blue cupcake, cheered Miss Balvin. Zinnia found the palm printed pages. Ah, you used my recipes. It's no harm. Xavier deflated into a nearby chair, cupcake and plate laid on the table amidst the mess. Oh, thank soul, he whispered. My dearest Zinnia, I was gifting myself nightmares regarding the permanence of that blue and my subsequent rejection from your affections. Silly man, soothed Zinnia. I wouldn't throw you aside for this. As she leaned down to kiss his temple, young Miss Balvin patted his shoulder. Ah, poor Dada. Zinnia put his paltry offering back on the cooling rack. These need to rest a while more. She sat beside him and, with Miss Balvin on her lap, laid a hand over his. There's only one thing that gets rid of cabbage blue, love. Salvation! He raised his head and turned to the light of her wisdom like a plant seeking the sun. Tell me of your miraculous alchemy. No alchemy, just time. Blue fades rapidly. One good bath tonight and a few days' play will see her right as rain again. I want a blue, pouted Miss Balvin. We need to wait, love, cooed Zinnia. All good things are better with patience. She had some chalk in her pocket, a stub that was little use to any lecturer with blackboard privileges. Here, love, make some pictures. Chalk would be easy to clean up, or to clean once Miss Balvin tired enough to want a nap. In the meantime, it would save her from more mayhem than graffiti. She set Miss Balvin down with her new weapon and took up his hands in hers. What am I going to do with you, Xavier? I should hope you still want to marry me, he said. I promise I'm doing my best to learn. I can see that, she said. This is less trouble than the fire, all said. Less than I faced in years. I'd rather I was no trouble to you at all, Zinnia. I'd rather do everything I can to your benefit. These little mishaps are an appalling lapse in my book. Counts against me in the grand tally of events. Xavier. She laid her hand on his cheek, warm, calloused with work, and smelling of chalk and lavender. Those are small marks, my love, specks in comparison. He cradled her hand there, breathed her scent in as if it would gift him life. I have no wish to set a terrible precedent, nor to descend to depths. He struggled to find better words to bury the memory of a horrible man that you have been too familiar with. My silly man, she whispered, smiling fit to light the darkest corner of the world. I did doubt you could try to stoop that low. Miss Balvin was having excellent fun with her scrap of chalk and the walls. She had discovered how to make it squeak.
Oh, oh, oh,
And was shrieking joyously in counterpoint with it. She was so happy and eager to discover the world. Xavier could not and did not want to imagine the kind of life she might have had under her sire's supervision. Therefore, he would strive to be the late, unlamented Aaron Balvin's direct opposite. Having heard everything about the man from Zinnia's lips, Xavier could safely conclude that doing so was a very clear path to both prosperity and happiness. Must I mention then that we have an abundance of red cabbage to apply to our dinner? A side provided by today's alchemical experiments, of course. Of course, Zinnia nodded, adding a caress of her thumb to his cheek. All it took was a gentle tap of her fingers for him to let her go. I can do so many things with a cabbage. Yarrow might even like one or two. Then I look forward to a pleasant evening at dinner time. I will be eager to learn from a master of the culinary arts. He did entrap her hand for a moment, but only to bless her knuckles with a kiss. Soon it would be her birthday. Then he could count down the passage of a year until they could marry in a respectable fashion. Well, a year and a half a month. So he would not seem desperate any longer, and his dear mother would either push him or tie him up and carry him to the temple, likely assisted by his beloved brothers and possibly towed by both Zinnia and Void. I done, announced Miss Balvin. Her work was a random collection of loops and wobbly lines. If one had a charitable sense of artistic appreciation, it would, well, look like a family of four. Wanna boo now? Indeed, such wonderful artistry does deserve a treat. Do you agree, Zinnia? Shall we each partake of a blue? Blue, blue! Miss Balvin jumped and clapped. Yeah, Mama, boo! Zinnia had a very motherly look that said, What have you done to me? But she was also smiling and giggling under her breath. Therefore, all was well in his world. Zinnia's happiness could easily become the reason for his existence, his faith, his hope, the sustenance for his soul. Xavier released her hands, her hands at last, watching the graceful way she rounded up Miss Balvin and set up 3 plates with 2 cupcakes each. Miss Balvin added some minor chaos by adding a fourth plate. More, Miss Balvin insisted. Foid while boo. They would have to explain again that Void did not need to eat. Dun dun
Oh my god, that little girl is adorable.
dun. Yes, but trying to be enthusiastically childlike.
Gonna live
Mm-hmm.
one of these days.
Uh, right, Luna? Oh my god, the instant bits are put in there, the shrieking of the chalk, I felt it down my spine. instantly
Mhm.
transported.
I used to do that on purpose to people.
Of course you did.
Before I realized that it was not a nice thing to do. I thought it was funny, but it was not.
Ugh. No, but that was fun. Boo! Boo!
Yeah, you did really well there.
And Mr. Trent learned the most valuable lesson he will ever learn. You never turn your back on a fucking toddler.
Exactly. Never turn your back on a child.
Yes,
At
but
least
mostly you never turn your back on a freaking toddler.
Right.
at least until
That was
they're an
that
adult.
that was great. That was great. And the whole calling him dada, like,
Well, he's the only dad she's ever known.
Yeah,
oh, yeah,
exactly.
no, I know, but the way Weller manages to put everything together and like she's just so precocious and she knows what she knows and nobody can argue with her about it. And it's like it-
I mean, I would like to see somebody argue with the toddler. I think that would be fucking hilarious.
I'm waiting for it.
No, nobody's gonna win, but it would be hilarious.
boo, boo, I want boo cupcake. Boo cupcake.
I mean, they could have very well used blueberries.
Right,
I
Stick?
think even Sticks threw a Violet Beauregard uh line in there, like send her to the juicing room. Uh
Yep. All right, so we've got 5 left. Bzzz.
let's see
The
who's next.
dividing lines went away because of, the background, the thing. Julie De Fisher!
Shit.
Okay.
The latest installment of Dead or Alive. Major growled low when Craig walked Roscoe out to the truck. He looked nervous, trying to drag his attention back to her. So, where are you staying? Where do you need me? Craig cut his eyes back to Roscoe away from the large, angry ball of fur ready to come through the open window. Not what I asked you. I was up in Three Forks, but if you need Roscoe cut him off. Go back to Three Forks. Go to the Plaza Bar. Tell Monica I sent you and I'm working a case for you. She'll know what to do. Is this something you do often? Let's just say I'm a part of a network bigger than you could even imagine. We don't play when it comes to safety. Roscoe reached into the truck to drop the 2 bags in the floor on the floorboard and brushed her hand down Major's fur to get him to calm down. Gotcha. What's with the horse? Craig stepped toward the trailer, but quickly stopped in his tracks when now faced with a large dog that resembled a small bear. I'd back up if I was you. Major doesn't take kindly to someone getting close to Nitro. They're kind of besties. The vet calls them a bonded pair. Craig took 2 giant steps back. What kind of dog is that? Roscoe walked to Major's side. Major is an Alaskan Malamute and Timberwolf. He gets his size from his daddy and his attitude from his mama. Juniper wasn't the most forgiving of dogs. Isn't that a dangerous combo? Not as long as you don't touch me or Nitro, Roscoe snickered. He's the other half of my tracking team. Either way, you got a long drive ahead of you, and I have one ahead of me. I'll call you in a few days when I know something. You go up to Forks and stay put until I get back in touch. Roscoe walked back to the passenger side of the truck, opened it, and whistled. Major, come on. We got to get on the road, buddy. Major let out one more low growl before following the command. Roscoe climbed back into the truck and hauled ass out of the parking lot, watching Craig stare after the truck. Roscoe left the bar determined, but rattled. Something wasn't adding up, and she had no idea why. It was all too familiar, but she couldn't put her finger on the pulse just yet. Pulling out her phone, Roscoe started making her phone calls to know what direction she needed to be headed. The first call was to her contact out on the reservation. She had to know without a shadow of a doubt they weren't hiding out up that way. It only took 2 rings before Officer Claremont answered. Well, as I live and breathe, what do I owe the pleasure, Ms. Roscoe? I need some I need some information, Buck. What you got? You or the boys seen a blue pickup run through there in the last 3 days? Probably had a young guy driving and a girl that might have looked a little out of place. Why's it always gotta be blue? Nope, I haven't seen anything, but I can make some phone calls. I'd appreciate it. I'm headed up to the Moran Ranger Station to hold over for the night. How far out are you? Couple of hours. Okay, I'll get back to you. Keep it between the lines. Will do. Dun dun dun. And you were worried.
Oh my goodness. There's no reason to be worried.
Sticks. You gotta multiply that by like 1,000. But that's it. Three Forks, Montana. I can't wait to go there someday. I know way too much about this damn town.
Probably know more about it than most of the
You and me
inhabitants.
both at this point.
Right? Oh no, I don't think so. They're a tight knit community from what I can see. Three Forks.
Don't worry, we'll blend.
Three Forks. Look, Sticks, you may actually be in the South, and so's Julie, but like I kind of picked up the accents and I'm a country girl, and so you know what? Fuck you. Three folks, three forks. It's the same fucking thing. Man, he's on one today.
Yeah, because he's not babysitting us
You know
online.
what? Kind of liking it.
Fuck off.
I mean, he's got freedom now.
He had freedom before.
He doesn't have to play technical support Viking.
He did it to himself.
Probably.
No, we're not talking about tree folks.
All right.
Who's our next victim?
Next victim. Ad starts in 5 minutes. So let's see who's gonna be back up after the break. Okay, which side of the invisible line? Wilhelm is Ruffy. Bingo, bango. Okay, gotta go take care of my yarrow throat, and we're gonna have ads here in a minute. Just like a bowl of boiling oil. Fuck you. Okay. So we're gonna have an ad in about 3.5 minutes. Oh my god. A couple of weeks ago it was eggs. Now it's southern slang.
What do you expect from our people?
I mean, like, for reals.
24/7. That's what I get.
I mean, it's the internet. It's the internet.
We are entertaining.
We try.
It's the internet. Yes, you can absolutely just chat. Just do your thing down there, Sticks. I got your back.
No, we want you to chat. We like the trolling. Keep
Hey,
it
you're
up.
you're single-handedly keeping it running, so it's like, do your thing.
Egg and grits. That's some yummy stuff.
Sticks. I mean, you're not wrong, but
Only in the South. Everyone else just
look,
smells.
I fucked up. Here's the thing. I fucked up while I was in both Green Bay and Virginia because I asked for sweet tea, and I asked them, "Do you have sweet tea?" And they were like, "Yes, we do." I'm like, "Okay, I want sweet tea."
Oh, I can find.
That is
Why?
not what I got.
You got tea with sugar, not sweet
That is
tea.
not. No, no, I didn't even get tea with sugar.
Oh, they
I
didn't
got
even.
unsweet. I got unsweet tea and sugar packets. And what a lot of people don't know is you can't put the sugar in the tea when it's cold because then
Yep.
it doesn't work right.
Nope, it doesn't.
It's got to be warm when you do that, so it you know melts the sugar. Um,
I mean, eventually it will melt if it sticks in the tea long enough. It just takes about 48 hours. And then there might
not
still
while
be.
you're sitting there eating your dinner. And I looked at him and I said, "This isn't sweet tea." And they're like, "No, we gave you sugar packets on the side." I'm like, "Can I get a Dr Pepper? Do you have Dr Pepper? I'll take a Dr Pepper
It's the Midwest, Julie. They don't do sweet tea. We don't do sweet tea up here. We do tea with sugar.
on the side."
Not always. You need to brew
Um,
the tea into the sugar. Maybe it depends on the type of tea and the type of tea base you're using. I've worked in food service way too much and had to make sweet tea from scratch because I lived in the South for 20 years. Because some teas hit
right,
better than.
right, Sticks. We put the correct amount of sugar.
Tell the ancestors tell us to stop. Yes, that's correct. My
Right,
ancestors are bitter Germans and Vikings.
or our jaw locks. Either which way. Uh,
There is a spare milkshake emoji in the Discord. Do it.
I mean that's the whole thing right there. Um, uh, but yeah, it was. Yeah, we do have a mascot. It's diabetes, but you know what? We're very happy with that mascot. He's been around for a while. He looks like a giant sugar cube. It's funny. Depending on what how far south or Southwest you go, whether that sugar cube's wearing a baseball hat or a cowboy hat. But I'll say it.
You interested by my glasses, kitty?
I've got like Discord shit done on my computer, so I was trying to keep the lag off my side tonight, and it's
Mhm.
working out really well. But the only problem is everything's still popping up on my computer as if my computer's doing the thing, and I'm like, no, 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 no. Oh Lord, sticks.
Do I dare?
You can. Uh,
I mean, you're not wrong.
he's
Oh my
not wrong.
gosh, that man is invoked so much down there. That poor man.
For some reason, we can't just not rest in peace.
He had that thick southern drawl.
So, how's everybody loving the show tonight?
I smell food.
And our funny ass commentary in the side chat. Froggy!
What did he say? Diabetes, Dale Earnhardt, and Dolly Parton.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Yes, yes. For the custom emojis, Dahlia has Dahlia has
Two.
like two or three, doesn't she?
Got two. She's got
Two?
the milkshake one, and then she's got the shouting.
That's right. And then I have
No,
a
wait a
ten.
minute. It might be three.
I
Hold
thought
on.
it was three.
It might be three.
I have a tentacle.
You're a tentacle. I can't remember if we have just a shouting Dahlia. We don't. I thought we did, but we don't. Uh, but yeah, she has two. She has a milkshake, and she has the French toast that says Dahlia on it. Um,
Two different French toasts.
you have the tentacle,
There's two different French toasts, and then she has a third one.
right? So
Oh my goodness. Sorry. Whew. I need caffeine. Oh, who has the milkshake? Is
Dahlia, one of the milkshakes was Dahlia.
I originally set up the milkshake as Dahlia
oh
because it
because
was
of
a
the smoothie.
the smoothie French toast
Yeah.
possible
Okay.
thing. But then the French toast just stuck better. So I can always reassign the milkshake.
Right.
Ooh, Luna's throwing down.
Well, no, I can reassign it to sticks. He wants to evoke my milkshake brings all the boys to the yard. I mean, what's a little
He said
sibling
his sweet
trolling?
tea.
I know,
Right. He said
but
sweet tea, but
instantly,
milkshake's as close as we're gonna get.
no, no, I can make one that's a tea. However, he evoked the song, which is now stuck in my head.
Oh.
You made the song stuck in her head.
That's a bold faced lie. That is a bold, bald face lie. The exact machine we are currently running on is evidence that there is something good about you.
Mhm.
Everything else is your sweet wife and child, but yeah.
He's like,
What? He started it.
sweet.
No, spicy pepper. That's my son's cat. Spicy pepper. Sometimes she's a sweet pepper, just very, very rarely.
Not very it's very rare she's a sweet pepper.
All right, up next, Wilhelm. A foul wind blew through the woods around. She's over here snorting. Mm-hmm. A foul wind blew through the woods around Shannon Hospital as Sarah looked out with binoculars in search of Robert. The irony that she had hired him to find Jack, and now she was searching for him, was not lost on her, though she did not find any amusement in it. Jack, on the other hand, seemed oddly at ease and joked, "Maybe we'll bill him for our help this time." "Pipe down, would you?" Sarah hissed, trying to look over the grounds through the glare of the setting sun. "We're trying to find a way inside." "Oh, we'll never get inside. It's just us, an old man, and an irritated Spaniard. Who knows how many Lowry has at his disposal?" "He's not a Spaniard, you idiot, and we'll never make it with that attitude, now will we?" "It's not attitude, it's—" Sarah reached out and clapped her hand over her brother's loud mouth, tensing as she watched a truck and then another roll up the road and stop at the curb below the looming asylum. And each one carried people, church people in long choir robes carrying hymn books. The pastor they'd spotted sheltering Tula Tarn emerged from the lead truck and began to ascend the slope. The wind whispered overhead, the soft song of the choir echoing through the evening twilight. A weight formed in Sarah's middle as she whispered, "This doesn't look good." "Not for them," Jack muttered. "You think they're going to be fed to the spider?" "I think we'll need to speak with—" Sarah trailed off, training her binoculars on the front doors of the asylum. For Lowry had run out, his face red and furious, two orderlies and Nurse Christie giving chase, and Sarah could read the lips of both the pastor and Lowry. "What in the goddamn hell are you thinking bringing them here?" Lowry exploded, waving his hat through the air like he was warding off flies. "Well, we need the lady to judge their voices to see—" And you couldn't have recorded them for that? Don't you have a record-making setup in your basement? Elder God, you've mud for brains, old man. The pastor stiffened, looking angered this time. I was told that I needed to select the best vocalists of my flock, and I have done so. I was also told you knew what Lowry tried to cut in. I most certainly did not, the pastor shouted, crossing his arms defiantly. I was threatened with death, the destruction of my soul, and I followed your commands exactly. If you were. Both men fell silent, the two turning to the door. Sarah turned her binoculars there, but saw nothing aside from darkness. Some words must have passed from there, though, for both Lowry and the pastor paled, their facades cracking. Looking abashed, Lowry doffed his hat and muttered, What's done is done. So it would seem, the pastor said quietly, turning on his heel. I shall bring them to the mines as instructed. Don't lose any of them on the way there, Lowry called. Else, well, you know. I'd rather not know that, the pastor called back before he shuffled down the slope, wringing his hands. He mouthed something about Jesus, but the rest of his words were lost to the wind and distance. Meanwhile, Lowry turned to Christy and pointed to the van. We're on a time limit anyway. Get the sacrifice in the van. I'll deal with the nosy detective. But isn't he? Don't make me repeat myself. Not now. The hairs lifted on the back of Sarah's neck. She dropped the binoculars and turned to Jack. We need to. I know, I was reading their lips too. He cut in, taking off his hat and shuddering. Okay, we'll storm into the asylum. No, I'm going in there, Sarah said. Lend me Ignacio. You go with Jeremiah and chase down this mine. I'll catch up with Robert. I can't let you. No, you can't let me. I am going down there, and you're either going to follow what I told you or screw everything up. Jack snarled, looking down from their hidey hole as the truck convoy got underway. Damn you. With that, he stalked off to fetch Ignacio for her. Sarah took a deep breath, letting it out slowly through her teeth. Then she put the binoculars back to her eyes and formulated a rescue plan. Quiet was not something which Robert dealt with easily. With Maximilian lapsed into sullen silence and crack by the door patched, there was little to distract Robert from his plight. He rocked back and forth, trying to find a weak spot in the straitjacket as time slipped away like sand through an hourglass. So it came as a complete surprise when the door clacked open, the deafening rush of chaos from the asylum filling the void which had hitherto been his existence. In rushed Nurse Christie and the two orderlies, while Lowry hung back in the hall. A cold chill shot through Robert upon looking into the man's eyes, a glint of regret and anticipation, the same as many an aspiring murder he had confronted. Hello, doctor. Hello, detective, Lowry said, fanning himself with his hat. Something on your mind? Robert asked, watching as one orderly and Christie lifted up Maximilian and took him kicking out the door and down the hall. He cleared his throat, lowering his tone. Is this where we part ways? In a manner of speaking, Lowry replied, snapping his fingers. The second orderly scooped him up, carrying him into the hall where Lowry fell in at his side. A nervous chuckle escaped his lips. It's funny. The curveballs life lobs at you, ain't it? You might say that, Robert muttered as he was marched down the hall to the narrow stairs once more. I'd say that life is a crapshoot. Everything is up in the air, and we got no solid ground to stand on. A man of the sea like you would say that. Nothing but dark abyss beneath your flippers. Or do you have feet in that other form of yours? Jack and Maximilian both resisting changing, so. Shut up, you bastard, Robert growled. Now, mind the glass houses, Lowry said, shaking his head as they came once more into the barrel hall. Neither one of us knows who our daddies are. Joke's on you. I've found my family. Turns out my mother married a banker. And yet you wound up in the middle of nowhere and ran away from home. Lowry strutted up to the door of the stolen library, clanking open the door. A hiss echoed from inside, sending a chill up Robert's spine. Lowry stepped inside, the orderly hesitating until the good doctor popped his head back up and called, "Do you want to be her next meal instead? Get in here, you lummox." The orderly muttered something, pushing Robert forward. In that motion, Robert finally caught a break, one sleeve of his straitjacket catching on the man's belt. It was the leverage he needed, a buckle clicking and then coming loose. He twisted from the orderly's arms, dropping to the ground and squirming away as he tried to work himself free. A shout echoed down the barrel hall, Lowry scrambling out of the room as another hiss echoed inside. Robert rolled over, trying to spin around as the orderly tripped, trying to reach him on the floor. That was when Lowry reached his head. Stars flashed before Robert's eyes as Lowry clocked him, uttering, "You stupid, nosy son of a bitch." Another shock of pain shot through Robert, his arms coming loose at the same moment as the orderly caught hold of his legs. He flailed about as the man dragged him through the door and into the spider's lair. Sarah's heart thumped in her throat as she stalked up that hill towards the asylum as fast as she could walk, trying not to look like she was rushing. Behind her trailed Ignacio, the man muttering under his breath as he tried to look inconspicuous. Dressed as a nurse and an orderly, respectively, the two looked little different than the other staff milling about outside, tending to patients or on smoke breaks. It was, in truth, a good plan coming together nicely. For while the asylum was well guarded, the humble laundry building had been easy to enter without even breaking anything, and clothes in their sizes had been plentiful. Still, Sarah felt naked, like every gaze of every inmate and staff member passing over her could see the truth written in her soul. She could almost hear the shout of alarm every other second, could feel the cry of someone spotting an interloper entering their midst. Indeed, as they closed with the building, it became all the more frightening that they weren't caught, that no one had recognized the Empress and her bodyguard wore no clothes. It was almost a relief when the back door opened suddenly and a nurse exiting the building almost ran into them and cried out in alarm. Sarah waved her hand to calm the woman down, fixing an abashed expression as she said, "Sorry about that." "You spooked me," the woman breathed, shaking her head. Then she narrowed her eyes, looking closer as Sarah had feared. "I'm sorry. Who are you?" "Rachel, and I'm new here." "I don't remember seeing a Rachel on the staff list. And who's he?" "I'm Ignacio, and we'd better check that list. Now, shouldn't we?" he asked, crossing his arms. "Yeah, we were just hired, and I won't be stiffed out of my first day's pay," Sarah said. The nurse sighed, beckoning them to enter. Sarah followed with Ignacio, the two entering the din of horrid noise echoing inside. There were no other staff in sight, and so Sarah took her chance, walking right up behind the nurse and hooking her foot around the woman's ankle. With a cry, the real nurse fell to the floor, Ignacio tackling her as Sarah clapped a hand across her mouth. The two dragged her into an empty side room where Ignacio propped her up, Sarah looking the woman in the eyes and hissing, "Where is Lowry holding Robert? Answer quietly, or it'll be the last thing you ever do." She lifted her hand, and the nurse gritted her teeth before uttering, "I don't know what you're talking about." "Then you'd better learn," Ignacio hissed, sliding a knife from his sleeve and pressing it to the woman's side. "We mean the new arrival," Sarah said calmly, shooting a quick glance over her shoulder before adding, "Dark hair, foul mouth, sounds like a detective." "Oh, him. He's being taken to the basement for—" The woman bit her lip. "Show us the way," Sarah said, turning on her heel and gesturing. "He'll kill you for this," she hissed. "That's our problem now, isn't it?" Ignacio muttered, giving her a shove and marching towards the door. "Move. Show us." The nurse grumbled, nearly stumbling as she guided them right back to the door and pointed down a set of stairs they'd walked right past upon entering. Sarah nodded, then hurried down them while Ignacio clapped his hand over the woman's mouth and hurried down with her despite her protests. Down and down she marched, hearing voices and then shouting ahead. And then she stepped into a barrel hall and saw Lowry standing in the doorway of the stolen Casper library, an orderly dragging Robert towards the door while 6 burning red eyes smoldered in the darkness behind him. With nothing else for it, Sarah drew out the porcelain model of the room and hurled it at the floor just as the orderly reached the threshold. There was an ear splitting whine, a flash of light, and a splatter. Robert cried out in surprise as half of the orderly crumpled into a pile beside a blank brick wall. The nurse let out a muffled scream through Ignacio's hand while the man himself muttered, Dios mío. Sarah, though, just ran to Robert and gathered him up in her arms, muttering, Damn you for making me fall for you. Do you know how annoying that is? Sarah, Robert croaked, a mirthless laugh escaping his lips. He waved at the wall. What? I sent Lowry and his spider back to Casper, Sarah replied, hoisting Robert to his feet. For however long that will keep them. Sarah, they took. I know he took my father. I sent Jack and Jeremiah after them. Robert lurched back. Jeremiah? He's with Lowry's gang. Maybe so. That's why Jack has a gun. Anyway, we need to reach him before anything else can go wrong. Jeremiah had always known the whispered legends about the mine snaking through Mount Hood, but it wasn't until he saw the symbol of Bagran carved beside Yog Sothoth into the stone that he realized how much trouble they were in. He crept along the quiet passageway with Jack following at his back. All the way, Jeremiah wished that his knees were 20 years younger so his body wasn't aching, and his mind was 20 years older so his brain wasn't racing with all of the horrible possibilities of what lay ahead. Still, nothing prepared him for what lay in that first great chamber, for the mine opened up, passages radiating out, lined with rusted track and forlorn mine carts. Below, a shaft led down into the abyss. Below, a shaft led down. Yet it was above which drew his eye, for there, on the ceiling, stood the chorus from the church. All of them, standing on the ceiling with mouths agape like fish, eyes wide, and feet planted on stone as though for them up were down. Jeremiah shuddered, clutching his icons as he muttered, "Oh, preserve me, oh God." Jeremiah, why are they on the ceiling like that? Jack asked, turning on his flashlight and shining it upon the singers to reveal their unnatural skin hue. And why are they all blue? Because the song has begun. But I can't hear anything. Good, Jeremiah breathed, shaking his head. If you could, it would be too late. Dun dun dun! Ah.
I It just gets better and better.
Better and better and better and better. Oh. If that's your 4 a.m., I'm tired and I'm writing and I'm messing up on a few words. If that's what you classify as
I wouldn't
the up, the down, the up, the down, the this way, the that way, the turns, the twists, and have I mentioned I really like private investigator stories?
have known. No,
No,
you haven't.
no, never.
No,
Oh, okay.
just like the other 500 million times you mentioned it.
Look, Stacy Keach is Mike Hammer. End of discussion. I know I did, Luna. I was being a sarcastic brat. And then there were 3. Yes, the face, exactly. Julie's face when we got to that point, glorious. Glorious, glorious, glorious. All right. 3 more. Let's see what kind of emotional damage we can get next. Trisha!
Really sweet or totally like
Or
damaging,
traumatizing? Yeah, yeah, yeah,
traumatizing.
yeah, yeah. Uh-huh. Oh, Jesus Christ. The first sentence. I was walking through the woods and felt something odd. Or and saw something odd. There were flowing blue orbs of light. I decided to follow them. It led me deeper into the woods to parts I have never seen. I tried grabbing the orbs, but as I got close, they would blink out. At one point, they all blinked out, and I was in a clearing, not knowing which way to go. Then I woke up. I sat up in bed and just thought, why in the world was I following little orbs? I felt my partner stir. I looked over at him. Did I wake you? No, I was going to get up early today, he said, looking at me. Is everything okay? No, I had a weird dream. I told him about my dream. Now I'm sitting here wondering why I followed them. He just stared at me for a moment, then asked, Honey, why were they blue? I looked at him, shocked. Out of everything I told you, the only thing you can ask is why were they blue?
That's such a male thing.
Well, you always have a dream about wandering in the woods when work has you stressed, he said, wrapping his arms around me. And you always say you were following some sort of light. But this is the first time you said they had a color. So it was something new, and I was wondering why blue. I sat there surprised. I don't know why they were blue. I don't remember having these kinds of dreams before. You don't always remember your dreams, sweetheart, he said as he got out of bed. Come on, we both have work today. I got up and got ready for work. I was thinking about his question. Why were the lights blue? I went about my routine on autopilot. Once I got to work, I kind of forgot about the dream with all the work I had. The rest of the day flew by. Once I was back at home, my mind reminded me about the blue orbs of light. Done, done, done. I'm gonna find a way. I'm gonna find a way to accurately depict a cliffhanger, and it's going to be Trisha's. That's just all there is to it. Just a cliff. Somebody, I gotta find a little thing with a little guy falling off a cliff, and that is going to be evoked by colon Trisha colon cliffhanger every single time.
I mean, it's either that or emotional damage. I'm not exactly sure which.
Everybody gives us emotional damage.
Even
I feel cliffhanger is appropriate
Cliff,
because she never doesn't give us a cliffhanger. She just dangles just enough in front of us.
just enough. So if you like that, here's an entire collection of books by one Trisha Jones.
I'm sure they end on a cliffhanger.
So these are books 1 through 4 in the Anne Smith series, right? Were Panthers. And then this is Nervash, A Vampire's Tale.
And
Currently working on book
according
5.
to Trisha, we will be getting a uh sweet little vampire kitten.
Yes. Yes. There's Lovebug's story. Lovebug. If you don't know about Lovebug, go back and watch old episodes. They're on YouTube. You can find them. Some of them are listed underneath the live uh tab, and some are on video because we used to have to export just the same way we do Friday nights. We export uh, the Twitch live after the show over to YouTube. And when this doesn't work to simulcast, I export at the end of the night. So they might be in live, they might be in videos, but either way, find the Trisha Lovebug stories. It's so cute. You know that little kitten for nefarious reasons.
Okay, according to Trisha, Lovebug's story will be out before September.
Yes.
My bottom shelf is already full. I'm going to have to reorganize everybody. God bless America. It's fine. It's a good problem to have.
All right, Luna, it's me and you.
Spinny, spin, spin, spin.
La, 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 Luna.
Luna. Oh.
Oh. Oh.
Pivot point. Burning anew. Allegra. The nightmare startles me awake, a silent scream tangled within my vocal cords. As fast as it appeared, it's now dispersed like smoke on the wind. For a moment, disorientation swirls in my mind and leaves my heart branding my ribs with its breakneck rhythm. That is, until I remember where I am. Craven's Cradle, Vampire Hunter Headquarters. As always, it feels as though eyes are watching me, following my every move, accusing. It isn't the first time, and it won't be the last. Lance's absence is palpable through the dark, but I still reach out to the cold, empty sheets. Somehow, I can't muster up the strength to pull anything besides numbness from my core. We're at the central hub of vampire monitoring activity. Of course, he wouldn't sleep, but I had hoped he'd at least be here. Shaking myself from the depressing as fuck thoughts, I fling the covers away and plod across the plush carpet to the grandiose window that overlooks the estate. Dusk has only just settled, and I'm at peace. An oddity is we've only been here a few days, but I feel closer to myself, more than I felt anywhere else. I unlatch the window and gently slide the panes outward a few inches. The warm breeze caresses my skin in a way Lance never could. Soft, gentle, without expectation of what other acts might follow or the feelings of guilt. My heart stutters in my chest as a painful realization settles deeply in my core, like silt at the bottom of the ocean. Lance and I aren't good for each other. But leaving is complicated. There's too much tangled up between us, and there's not another hunter group I'd rather be with than ours. Still, old wounds can't stay buried forever. But if I don't look at the rope between Lance and myself, I won't have to acknowledge that it's fraying. Who the fuck even are you, Allegra? Less than a week in this place and you're thinking bullshit. With denial being established as more than a river, I look over the lights branching across the estate, a festering wound hidden beneath a world of jewels, as I've heard it. Not so different from my relationship with Lent. The heavy swooping of wings pulls my attention to the sky, dressed in violet with glittering diamonded stars. Louvain's gaze has me locked in place, no imagining it. It's piercing. Sapphires, swimming within their own captured abysses. His gargoyle form doesn't distress me as it did before. That revelation isn't bothering me as much as I feel it should. I unlock the window and push the window panes out to allow him a smooth entrance. He shoots through the window like a launched missile, but lands like a graceful skater after a successful jump. Louvain has been quiet since our first night here, with him searching every so often for his comrades that are locked up here. His search has borne no fruit, which breaks my heart. We're hoping to change that soon. My gaze meets Louvain's, but the tall, gray winged creature is silent, still. It feels sometimes that I can read his moods without verbal communication, as nuts as that sounds. Here, I'm picking up disappointment, but also a determined air. Nothing yet? His eyes are on the carpet, his wings drooping. At my questioning, Louvain rests on his haunches, his wings closing in around him. He's a living statue, clouded by despair and hurt. No, then. I place a consoling hand on his shoulder seconds before a truncated scream and a loud thump from the hall has me bolting to the door. I yank open the heavy wood and I'm met with nothing except an empty hallway. I look back to Louvain, but he hasn't moved an inch. Before I close the door, I swear I hear someone mutter, "Why are they still alive?" I can't tell if it's morning or evening, but I do know that Lance hasn't been back to the room, and the nightmares have been keeping me awake again. Not that I've been sleeping much. Regardless, Louvain has been by my side through it all. As of now, though, Louvain has sequestered himself in my room, keeping the shades drawn and chasing his own thoughts. I'm walking through the central building of the estate where the day to day activities occur. It's similar to a combination of an airport terminal and an internet cafe. There are two seat booths separated by full length walls, much like cubicles, an open area in the center with four benches back to back forming a square. A few vendor stands scattered around selling food. As I continue my observation, I take in the people milling, the quiet, indistinct conversations that are producing a dulled rabble. Here, stripped of my usual responsibilities, I can't help except to notice that I've more time than I'm used to, more time to think, to feel, to examine the parts of myself that I usually could shove into the closet with cobweb infused skeletons. For a moment, my mind returns to the whatever the fuck it was last night. Murder attempt? Wrong room? Either way, it's hazier now, and I can't seem to remember what had been said, if it were true to begin with. Either way, I've got to find Lance to discuss it with him, even if I'm hesitant to see him. Snatches of the nightmare return, Lance's face dancing above mine, something sinister and apologetic in his gaze, but that's all I can decipher. A sigh seizes the inside of my throat. The communicator in my pocket beeps, which for the most part I'd forgotten about. Pulling it from my pocket, I flip the triangular device up, revealing a small screen and the gaudy buttons. Whose idea was this? Trace's face pops into view, a large grin taking up most of her face. Lee, we miss you here. Trey and Devon are getting along a little too well for Gav's tastes. She giggles behind her hand. Carmi is a bit more abrasive, but Vela is taking a real shine to her. My stomach twists, jealousy tangling up in my intestines, but I self soothe with the knowledge that this arrangement has only a week left before it runs its course, and we'll be back home again. To provide levity, I force a laugh through my nose as I say, it's kind of fucked up that a vampire hunter is named Carmilla, right? I mumble half hearted excuse me's and beg pardons as I maneuver through the thronging mass of people. Trace giggles again. Yeah, but it works. She's a badass with a katana. The light flees her brown gaze before her voice takes on a trepidatious tone. How's probation treating you? You and Lance getting along okay? I know she's asking about the new environment, but I can't stop a pit from opening up inside my heart. More pieces of the nightmare fall into place, with Lance begging for forgiveness, telling me he doesn't mean to. Clearing my throat, I crack out, yeah, and things are kind of slow, but we're making it work. Navigating things. Well, that's good. Take your time, but we can't wait to have you back home. Somewhere behind her, Trey yells out, why in the hell did you paint my kunai chain green, Carmilla? A husky chuckle sounds. It's supposed to be blue. Your eyesight is shit in the dark, and you couldn't hit an enemy 2 feet from you. A heated argument ensues after that, but I can't hear because of Trace's exaggerated, very humored laugh. It's been like this since Devon and Carmi got here, but they fit well. My feet halt on their own, and I feel swallowed by the sea of bodies around me. They fit well. I mean, that's the point, right? No use in having hunters on the team who are incomparable. That'd be a deterrent. Logical thinking doesn't seem to be my strong suit today. Get your shit together, Allegra. Oh, Lay, I gotta go, but call me later this evening or tomorrow, okay? We think we have good intel on a new bloodsucker nest that just migrated here. Just as Trace's words register, I spot Lance, his pace clipped, gaze straight ahead and mouth in a grim line of anger? Concentration? Sure, Trace. Be safe, all of you. I love you. And I love you, my Lele. I close the comm and drop it back into my jeans pocket, the brief interaction warming me just a little. I hustle to catch up with Lance the same moment he rounds a corner and ascends a flight of stairs. He doesn't seem to hear me, and I can't bring myself to call out to him. A quick flash of him looking down at me zips through my mind. The nightmare. I hit the landing and catch the door seconds before it's closed. An authorized personnel only sign warns me to go back, but just like a brain dead victim in a horror movie, I don't heed it. A long hall stretches in front of me, a large marble doorway beckoning at the end. One small nook to the right provides the only place for decent cover, and I duck into the small space, working to control my breathing. Peeking around the corner, I catch a single glance into the dark room. A flickering glow emanates, maybe a screen or a monitor, but there's something unnatural about it, as though it wouldn't be out of place in some outer space portal. Sleep and logic much? Well, my logical brain has already been called into question today. A rumbling from inside, furrowing Lance's brow. He looks my way, and I retreat a second too late. The door closes with a soft thump. Allegra? He lightly jogs over, a pinched smile curling his lips. Anger, hot and strong, wafts from him. Your entrances are usually like tornadoes without the warning. A coerced laugh. Regardless, you cannot be here. Go back and explore more of the estate. Make a day of it with Levain. He pats my head, ruffling my hair for a moment. Like a fucking child. I square my shoulders, my chin high. I needed to tell you about a weird thing from last night. Or was it the night before? Sounded like someone fell against our door and a voice asking why we were still alive. Shadows, impossible to miss, cloud Lance's vision. Have you been having nightmares again? Dismissive.
I don't like this
Patronizing little twat. His hands cupping my cheeks produce no warmth. And it's finally now that the nightmare returns in full force. Lance and I, dangling from a ledge or a cliff, my wrist gripped tightly in his. His eyes are heavy, guilty, apologetic yet resolute. With a whispered plea for forgiveness, he releases his hold, and I'm left free falling to darkness unknown. I remove his touch from my skin, ignoring his confused expression. Allegra, what is it? We are ghosts, sometimes wearing each other's skin and pretending it means more than it does. Every time I've tried to tell you, something stopped me. I I figured maybe it was just bad timing or me being paranoid, but now I settle a gentle hand against his cheek, hoping he understands that my intention isn't to hurt him. I just don't want to lie to myself anymore, nor to you. I swallow a sigh, my heart shoved deep down into a bucket of hot coals because I know it's killing him more than it's upsetting me. I can't keep going in this farce of a relationship. He yanks himself away, tears assaulting his lash line. So you want to do this here? Now? He spread his arms wide. When we're in the middle of all this? His hands meet his hips, palms flat and fingers curling around the fabric of his shirt. He shakes his head, muttering, Can't believe this. Then, as though fighting with himself, but we don't play anymore. No light touches, no laughter that isn't forced or pitying. Lance's throat bobs as he glares at the floor beneath him. I blink rapidly, trying to remember when we'd ever done any of those things. Is Lance on a different timeline than me? Or is he seeing what he wants to? Could it be something else? I can't even remember why we'd agreed to this relationship. This could have waited until we were alone, Allegra. You know that. Then again, you've always been selfish. I know that. But I thought that if we pushed hard enough, if I found it within me to be who you needed, who I thought you needed, we could. His breath is sharp in the quiet, and he doesn't meet my gaze, his focus instead on the marbled floor. Hushed static filters through my mind. Maybe for the second time in my history, I've nothing to say. No smartass remark, no defiant denial, just nothingness. I've got to go. I'm finally meeting with the heads of our organization, and there are plans to further our group's efforts. It may very well completely change the fabric of hunters and how we operate. Make sure you leave this hall. And please don't cause any trouble today. I can't bail you out again. He walks away without a backwards gaze, without a forehead kiss, leaving me in my own silent ache, a stagnant confusion. The door closes, and it feels definitively so, like the end of a chapter.
That's genius.
Luna. Just rip our fucking hearts out, why don't you?
Mhm. That
No, I don't think Izzy's good. I think Izzy's
So, other than that emotion, the emotions, like that those strings being
emotional
pulled.
damage.
Yes. One thing that's kind of like an outside the emotions of the story and stuff, I love how your last word of the piece was end of a chapter. I love when people do that. It's almost like there's a finality to it. Oh,
Luna, I
you
think
got
we
a
have
drink.
2 different,
Luna, you got
definitions of wholesome,
you got her drinking, Luna.
and that's the expensive rum. Yeah, yeah, there was no chaser with that. It's just
That's some strong.
never be sorry. There's a reason we have hashtag make Izzy feel. Um, and as soon as Izzy can talk again, she'll tell you the same thing. Though Trisha was the original reason we had to have hashtag make Izzy feel.
What I want to know, Luna, is
Not here, by the way.
who, who the fuck made you think that your writing wasn't good or wasn't worthy of being read? Because I got some fighting words for them and, a 1-2. When you submit,
I might have a couple creative verbiage.
yeah, yeah. Um, no, stop, Trisha. Yo, I read and I listen to music in order to feel. Okay? A song, a book, a movie, like these entertainments continue to if I need a good cry, I have go-to songs. I have go-to scenes in books and that I will return to because if I need a cry, but I can't get myself there because, it bottles up. I have this shit. Like literally to this day, the story that Trisha submitted about the threads of fate, 500 words that had me bawling on air was catharsis. And even thinking about it and picturing how the man followed the red threads through to the hospital and how they disappeared and he knew before the doctor came out to tell him that his wife died. He knew because the red threads of fate were gone. He saw it cut. Like that can just send me over when I need to. And that was one of our very early episodes. There is no footage of that. That was before we learned about exporting and whatnot. But I can literally recall it, and that was early 2024. And I can still recall it with that much intensity.
Feeling.
Yeah, and feeling. So if I'm sitting here having a very visceral reaction, I mean, for forever and a day. It does not matter where I go in the world. If I see a zinnia flower or I go, "Oh, what's that pretty flower?" and somebody says it's a zinnia, instantly I'm gonna think of Bitzer. And I'm gonna think of everything with zinnia and Airn and void. It is now a part of me. That's what good stories and good books do, and good movies and good television shows. They become a part of you, especially, you know, when you hyperfixate and Julie correctly named me a book moth, not a book dragon. I don't just hoard them, I consume them like a moth. So, don't ever apologize for any of this, and, let me uh-oh, uh-oh. I missed some comments because I was passionately talking to the camera. No, Sticks, I'm not fighting you because that's what you want. I mean, there's money in erotic stories. That there is. And with how you write, shit. But you can also write, like, good stuff. So I want you to ignore those voices in your head, and I want you to hear Tizzy and understand, if I don't get more of your writing, I am going to throw a tizzy.
Well, and nobody wants to see her throw a tizzy. It while it is funny and to a certain degree, it's not good for her. She's got a bad back and a bum knee. It's like is
I don't have a bad back and a bum knee, or at least,
shush, I'm trying to help you here. I'm the one like shush, I'm trying to help you
that's
here.
that's the one with the bad back and the bum knee. I'm the one with COPD, and I really shouldn't be making myself run out of breath.
You really shouldn't. Yeah.
Oh, fuck yeah, I could literally feel it, like, I don't know if y'all saw my face, like, when he patted her on the head, I wanted to reach into the screen and strangle this character.
Mhm.
This one saw my fists clenching, like so yeah, and sometimes we get our catharsis out in lots of different ways, by reading, by writing, by doing the thing, by going for a jog, cuddling with a kitty cat. Alright, so we got an ad break ending in
By
about 2
listening to the
minutes.
same by listening to the same damn song over and over again.
We will not talk about how the fact that I spent the majority of
Let's go ahead and
25
do the spinny
hours
spin.
listening to a brand new song. Mhm. It's a short person response. Look.
I was just saying something about music. I did not say a damn thing about your song.
No, I know, you said song on repeat. What did I do for the last day? Listen to a song on repeat that has already reached 1.5 million views. Literally in less than 13 hours, it reached 1 million views. It must be Stray Kids, yes, it very much is.
And one day we will get there. Not today, but one day.
Stubborn fool. I can't remember.
Um,
We're still in an ad, so it's
next,
cool.
there's a list of songs that I can't. There is a list of songs that I can't listen to the first three notes. Izzy has watched me. I can't listen to the first three notes. You know when they pop on my fucking playlist, and you
She
will watch
bolts
me
upright
argue with the computer and argue with the damn mouse.
and can't get it changed fast enough. Now, I coulda swore within the last, like, 2 weeks, I figured out Styx's, astrology sign, and suddenly everything made sense, but now I'm blanking on it again. Oh, I feel like there was some kind of conversation at some point where I figured out month and somebody said month and day and no, I don't. Now I'm blanking. I have drank and slept since then.
I'm guessing
Majorly.
I have
Um,
put
Oh, the laid backness is all a front for what's lying underneath.
moon signs.
That's fine.
Okay, happy unbirthday.
Yeah, we're just gonna start telling you happy unbirthday every single day. How far can I push my adopted little brother?
We don't want to push him too far.
No, definitely not. He's still got to supervise me fixing this computer.
Yeah, so let's lay off the unbirthday thing for a couple of weeks. Then it will be relentless.
See,
yeah,
Sticks.
I've got one.
Yeah,
I've
she's
got one
got
like
some
that.
too. See, the more Sticks says, the more I'm like, brother.
The and the whole thing is it's like comparing notes, and I'm sitting there like, nope, got that one too.
Oh,
And you know what?
hmm.
The song isn't even that way, but in me, it provokes it.
Yeah, I can imagine. Happy not womb evacuation day.
That was what Luna, yeah, or Tuesday when it was my birthday. That's what she put up in chat was happy womb evacuation day, and I'm like, technically, that's true.
Oh, Sticks just
And
said
I
the
turned around and said, no, I was not womb
said send
evacuated. I was
him
found
to
under a rock where I hatched.
Rammstein.
Yeah,
Eeks.
there's got to be some rage like associated with that one.
There's a frequency, the frequency of the whistle.
Oh,
I can see that.
Look,
I see it.
there is a Stray Kids song that I cannot listen to unless I'm in an okay mood because there's this sound that they put in it that just makes me like, so I get it. Okay, so ads over. We have chitter chattered enough. It is almost midnight Eastern, and up next is Cash. We see the last one on there. Bingo, bango. And she says no comment. This is interesting. Okay. In the beginning, there was a void. Out of that void sprang light. After light came the air and the waters and the loam. Then the universe rested. After a time, the universe returned to their work, creating the clouds, the stars, and other things residing in the firmament. After they finished, they began to build the trees and plants, the mountains and the seas, lakes and streams. Then they stepped back and admired their work. Smiling, they said, I like this. They walked among their creation, enjoying the greenery and air and babbling of the waters. Smiling as they looked around, they said, I like this. Something is missing, though. They sat on a rock, thinking to themselves about what was needed, finally realizing that it needed other beings to live in their creation. So they created the beasts of the sea. Over time, the animals came out of the waters and onto the land, becoming creatures of the land and then the air. They walked among the animals, smiling and saying, I like this. This is good. They then enjoyed the world that they had made, walking and living among the animals. Life was good. One day, one of the creatures, one they had called Dragon, came up to the universe, laying its head on their lap. Oh, I wish I could have hands. The world is beautiful, but I would enjoy it more if I had fingers to explore it with, she said, her large eyes filled with woe. But you are beautiful and can fly. Is that not enough? Can you not explore my creation by the air? The universe replied. Yes, I can, and I do. But I have seen things that I would like to touch, like the lemurs and monkeys do, she explained, her head not leaving the spot where she had laid. I see. Well, my little one, I shall have to think on this. A change like that to a creature of awe and perfection is not what I had intended, they thought, and the dragon patiently waited for the answer to their request. By the waters, the dragon sat, admiring herself in the water's reflection. She preened her scales, feathers, and glorious leathery wings. She then had another thought. O thou who hast created perfection, I know how you can make me even more perfect. Give me hair and legs, just like the humans. I would be most beautiful, she said, looking up to the universe, who was still considering the first request. Also, my scales, why are they blue? You think so, little one? As for the color, you, as one of my favored, I wanted you to be the same as the sky where you soar up high. Their answer didn't seem to satisfy the excitable creature. I know so, she squeaked as they moved their leg. Very well. What I will do is allow you to shift forms for a while so you might decide which you want. The universe chuckled, standing from the small boulder they had been sitting on. Thank you, great one. The dragon ran around in excited circles around the universe's feet. Lay on your back so I can make the changes, they commanded, watching as she rolled to her back, tucking her wings as close to her body as she could. She felt warmth as her body began to change. The feeling went away almost as quickly as it had started to move across her. It is done, they pronounced. The small dragon scrambled, heading towards the small pond to see her reflection. She spotted her reflection, her hands coming up to her face in awe of the change. She looked at her arms, where her wings should be, gasping at the overall effectiveness of the change. I knew this would be special. This is such a great gift you have bestowed upon me. Her unbridled joy bringing a smile to the universe's face. Now, I shall speak with you after a time and see how you still like this arrangement. We will make the final decision for yourself and your kind then. To be continued. Obviously, dun dun dun. I mean, I figured that was explanatory with the to be continued. Um, let's there's the dragon priestess herself. Let her have it. Yeah, let me put my glasses on. Yeah, you old lady.
Ma'am,
Yes.
why you gotta be doing shit like that? Haven't we had enough emotional damage tonight?
It's not emotional damage, though.
It's like, and I understand where this leads into. I do, because as somebody that you where you come into the show and your story and everything, I have a feeling that this is like the beginning of where your universe starts. So I'm good with that. I am. But at the same time, I'm sitting here going, but that was it. Izzy, you're closer. Whapper.
No, she knows jujitsu. No. Plus,
That's why you
on
whap her
top
with
of
something
that,
from a long distance.
I get that, but on top of that, we've already been in a fist fight 25 years ago. Let's yeah, no.
Yeah, let's not. Let's say
Let's
we
not
do it.
do
We
that.
don't.
I think we called that. Did you win or did I win or was it a draw?
I mean, I knocked you on your ass, not with a punch to the face or anything,
Yeah.
but I was held back.
Mm-hmm.
One of our friends laid across her legs, and the other one grabbed me from behind because I was 7 months pregnant. Let's just say you don't fuck with either of us because we don't give a flying fuck.
Right on, right on, right on.
Yes, it was Foggy's beautiful prose.
I tried.
Alrighty, folks. Okay, so I no longer need to interact with that. So let's go with that. Hey, folks, it is just before midnight. What we started this at 8 o'clock my time. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Not bad. 4 hours. We're gonna wrap this
Well,
up here real quick.
I think
Well,
we didn't
no,
go live for a minute,
no,
but
no, no, no. I'm saying 4 hours.
the whole book.
The
Yeah, yeah.
system has been functioning.
Behaving.
Yes, it has been behaving.
Jinx it.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go ahead while you're getting everything set up and do the dice roll.
Yep, yep, yep. That's what I'm working on.
All right. I'm ready when you are. Let's see who's faster this time. You or sticks.
That depends.
Now you're on equal footing.
Yeah, we're on equal footing. This is true. What's next week? We are voting for May 16th. It's prompt episode 20. All right, up first. We got the numbers because I have not added any new from don't forget audience and what people watching this after the fact. We have a writing prompt channel where if you come across a writing prompt that you think is really great, submit it. Right? Granted, if you get it from somewhere else, such as the Reddit known as writing prompts, please credit the original Redditor because these will be out and about. I've seen quite a few really nice ones over there. You come up with it on your own, see it in a movie, whatever, plus your name gets put in there. You'll also see that once you get a green check mark on yours, that means it's in the official uh, list that we roll from. And um, because it is now over 100 on each list, Julie no longer gets to roll her 100 sided die and she uses the spinny wheel or a
Yes,
random
yes, I do.
number generator. All right,
It's a
up
random
first.
generator, but I do all three numbers at once. All right. First number 78.
Hey, under 100 this time. Good golly, Miss Molly. Hmm. Concept. A moment of kindness leads to unintended and irreversible consequences.
32.
They're going low today. Oh, shit. Starting first line. No stars were visible above the ruined cathedral.
Interesting. 109.
Use this dialogue. I thought someone should tell you that your grandmother has died.
Yeah, none of them are sinister at all this week.
He beat me. You can see them in the chat. And he beat me there too. Okay. Just flexing the TSV chops. Okay, I got it. I got it. Swear to God.
It's not showing up on.
Oh shit, concept just took a giant leap.
We're gonna restart Twitch because it was not there for mobile. There it
I
is.
did not let you win. There was no letting you win. I don't let anybody win. I don't soothe fragile egos.
All right, guys, come on, vote, vote, vote.
I'm trying to decide. But no, I had to get into a pissing contest with sticks.
We got 10 votes and 13 people.
Can you go see that all the way over there? 206. I see it. It's
There's-
staying steady at least,
It's staying steady,
but not good.
but not good. Now the crazy thing is the instant that I close down some of this stuff, it'll drop down to 140. That's all right.
No, it shouldn't be jumping up to that.
It shouldn't.
Damn, concept. First time I can't tell you how long.
Right? Moment of kindness leads to unintended and irreversible consequences. So, for those interested, because we had pretty much our normal crew around here, uh, when it's a start line or a dialogue or even the concept, like play with it. Play with it.
Yeah.
You know, this week we had the dialogue was Patrick, why are they blue? And lots of people changed the name, changed the way the sentence was structured, and or changed the name entirely. Sometimes it was a chick, sometimes it was an they.
I'm very proud that no one went there with that one.
Yeah, thankfully. The only blue orbs that got mentioned was Patrick. Patrick puts a little snippet in general, but the orbs in question were a set of eyes. So,
Well, Trisha had blue orbs too.
yeah, yes, but solid bio.
Nobody went there,
Yeah.
and I'm very proud of them.
Yes, we did have a concept a few weeks back, but what we have to say is that this is not a common occurrence. The instant we started introducing starting lines and dialogue, the audience has always overwhelmingly gone for dialogue because it's very easy to pop that in. Um, so there's that.
Yeah, the dialogue last week actually helped me work out my.
One will piss off Izzy? I bet you can't.
Why are we poking the Viking?
Why are we poking the Viking? Cause it's fun.
Safer
I
than a
mean
bear.
yeah,
What we
it is
do.
safer than than poking a bear, and I am Mama Bear. So, I mean, there is that, but also, um, what was so you've got Destined for More, and we all absolutely hate Rose's mother in that, right? What did I do? What
Hate.
did I do when you were talking about doing the prequel for that?
Oh, yes, yes, and I'm
Yeah,
gonna get around to it. Um,
yeah.
but so many projects have jumped that.
I have this thing where
But
I
yes,
am not above
the challenge for that one is I have to make Izzy I have to make Izzy care
about this character. Said, "Make us feel for this character. Make us
about Kate.
sympathize with this worthless piece of human trash." And she's not even human, she's a werewolf. But make us and she was like, "Oh, no, but I can't do that." And I go, "I double dog dare. No, no, wait. I triple dog dare you." Knowing full well that that one, actually that one, right? Yeah, that one. It's
I think
backwards
of
on
that
that
one too,
screen,
yeah.
correct on that screen. Yeah, yeah. Not that one. That one in the box next to us. So anyway,
Yeah, the one floating over my face.
glad that wasn't directed at you. Yeah, I know. I overheard you the other day saying something about you can't turn down a double dog dare, and I'm keeping that one in my back pocket because I will poke the TSV. I will totally poke the T.
All right, guys. Well, thank you for an amazing show tonight. Thank you for being here. If you're new here and you jumped in somewhere in the middle, remember, two links that you need to be aware of is our newsletter and our Discord. And if you happen to be an author that wants to be on Booked for Friday, why is it called Book for Friday? Because we talk about books on Friday. Also, you are booked for fucking Friday, which means don't plan on anything. You're gonna be here. Any bahoozles. Uh, if you happen to be an author, narrator, or artist, anybody that helps us take our stuff from here to there. Ooh, thank you, Froggy. Uh,
Foggy, foggy,
Foggy.
it's like
not
ooh, shiny
froggy.
moment, and now I'm fucking Froggy.
I'm so shiny.
I don't know with his little frog creatures. I'm thinking
I
of just naming a frog.
am.
Um, any if you happen to be one of those that helps us get our books on the damn page in front of people's, we want to hear from you. So please, the link is in the beacons to fill out to be on the show. We will be then taking it, contacting you, getting you set up for a time and place. We appreciate you immensely. Otherwise, uh, that's about it. We'll see you next Saturday. Please join us on Friday, 8 or 7 p.m. Central, 8 p.m. Eastern. Adjust your times accordingly. And this week's we are having uh Alfred Muller, which is a gothic and urban fantasy writer. and Hollis Joe McComb, which is a dark fantasy, historical dark fantasy writer. Looking forward to having them both on the show this Friday coming up. Uh, so Fridays, we got the author interview, book for Friday. Saturdays, we got the HMPP. We, did we just end up with rabbit, squirrel here? Um, Either which way, plan on being here both nights. If you can't, it's cool. Watch us on the replay. Otherwise, don't add to the population. Don't subtract from the population. Don't get your ass fucking arrested unless it's a good reason, and then I'll put money on your commissary or we'll take up a collection. Don't go to the fucking hospital. Don't do anything fucking stupid. And remember, in 9 months, if you don't want to be changing diapers, wrap your damn tools. Otherwise, be brave, be bold, but always stay humble. And we will see you next week. Bye.